and we're dead and for no one. Fuck your dogs! What up, yo? Hello, everyone out there in the void. I'm Zach. This is the Shaken Fist, and it's Monday. So today I'm just going to be making fun of someone random, and cheers. It was just some random crap we bought at the charity shop, but it was perfect, wasn't it? It was perfect. I need to see. I recorded a Nickelback one, and I need to redo it, but like because I can do it better, I'm sure. But I was going to do a video for that, and I hurt my back immediately afterwards. I'm pissed off. Although I've got another Nickelback one I might do. I want to do Nickelback's photograph, but do it about a graph that inspiring philosophy shows off in his video about why the flood is real. Uh, but yeah, so today we're gonna watch two videos today, but I think they're kind of intertwined. From Bobby Conway from his Unapologetic podcast, because he's a very unapologetic boy. Because he even says it in his name. Either he doesn't do apologetics, or he just doesn't say sorry. He's a rebel without a cause. He's the risking his life, going out and catching the criminals, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he fucking it doesn't matter if he blows up a few cars and takes out a few walls. He gets the job done, and the police chief, he brings him and he goes, "Hey, you, I don't like the way you do stuff, but you get the job done, and the police chief and up my ass, and all that stuff." Yeah. And he's gonna. Sorry, I went into my own fantasy realm and carried on that monologue. Sorry about that. Yeah, so he's gonna. So these two conversations, I think, kind of linked. So I put them together. One of them is the first one is going to be about how Christians should talk to atheists, and considering that I've been, not kind of like emailing on a very low key and a very not good basis with Braxton Hunter, I thought that maybe I should see how we should talk to each other, and the other one is how to start an evangelical conversation. So I thought that would be interesting to go through. But hey, that's me. So what's next week should be bottom of the barrel. Because I'm hopeful I should be bringing that back, and if he remembers, one BS Lewis should be on coming on as well, so that'll be cool. And then after that, and then the Monday after, we've got Religion Unraveled started again, and we'll be going through what's his face, motherfucker. Try not to say Moses. Noah. Going through Noah. I might go through Lot. Yeah. And after that, I might go through some of the extra biblical stuff after that, but I haven't decided yet. So if you guys would be interested in like going through like the Tales of Gilgamesh and like the story of Enki and Ninmah, the story of Enki and stuff like that, like it would be good, this to see where some of these stuff came from, and it'd be interesting. So Atrahasis and Numer Elish might go through a few things because they're not super long, and I don't need to like analyze them like I am the Bible. I could just go, look, see how that bit is like that, and then we can, because to be honest, some of these stories is genuinely good. Excuse me. But yeah, they are indeed crazy people. The crazy people are everywhere. They have all the power and money. That's why it's scary. But of course, every Tuesday, me and Jimmy Tux are going through Braxton Hunter's core facts for why we should believe in Christianity and the Bible and such. And that's fun because we're on to the R argument. O didn't take as long as C. And now we're on to R. And considering that O was the teleological argument, and it totally wasn't O because O is for order, then I am excited to see what R stands for. Yes, crazy people also have guns. Yes. Well, that's why they get the guns, though, is because they're the crazy people. The government's coming after me with the Black Hawk helicopters and the aliens and the greys and, the bacterias and the vaccines and the pyramids. Just everything out there in the world is getting me, everything real and imagined. So then, I need all the guns because otherwise something might harm me eventually, even though I've made up all the terrible things that could happen. Yes, sadly it is true. Well, people still have guns for having guns. Like, I don't know. As a person from Maine, even I've always seen the crazier people needing guns because they either need to shoot deer, they need to shoot trees, they need to shoot bottles, they just need to shoot things. They need a loud explosion. And of course, we also know we're talking about the people that need to walk around with the guns out when they're in McDonald's. There's a difference between crazy people and normal people. Not all crazy. Not was it? No, I was going to make the thing there, but I was basically going to say yes. All crazy people have guns, but not all good people that have guns. You know, Kentucky, you're born with guns. Well, that's different. That's different. If you're born with them, then that's a difficult birth. Damn. Or do they shoot you with do they have little baby guns and they go, well, me and the missus, we decided we was gonna have a little baby, so it's been gesticulating for 9 months, so bang, wah, 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 because everything's guns. It's like that Peter Saranovich skit from like the early 2000s. Have you tried cleaning it with your gun? Oh, was it? There was a really good VR game for the PS1, the PSVR one for the PS4. It was called The American Dream, right? And it was the best because it was just like this little shitty, rail shooter where you were literally on rails on this fucking ride, talking about the good old American dream and how it's great. And it was supposed to be like 1950s America, but you have to shoot everything. Oh, you got a hole in the pipe, and you're a plumber. You shoot it, right? You got to clean the plate, you shoot it, right? You see the woman, you see the girl across the street, and you go, "Oh, she's the love of my life." The thing from sitcoms and the TV shows of the 80s when people thought silly things like that all the time, right? So when they see that and they go, "Oh, you see the woman across the street, you gotta love her." So then you've got to shoot her to impress her. It's so good. You gotta shoot her to have a baby. You gotta shoot her to undress her. You gotta shoot hamburgers to make them. It's good shit. Stand your ground against hamburgers. See, my dad had loads of guns, but he was also crazy. He's like, well, I put a southern accent on it. We're in Maine. I can't do a Maine accent anymore. But we're out in the woods. There could be anything, and it's like, yeah, there could be, but that doesn't mean that we need a shotgun, 3 assault rifles, 4 pistols, and a rifle. You know, a bear could come out of them woods. It could. It'd be a black bear, and you could stop it with a pistol. But hey, you could scare it off. Yeah, but um, yeah, I don't want to talk about guns anyway. Fuck guns. Guns are shit. Oh, this fucking uh backgrounder move was fucking terrible. People with PTSD have gun. Yes, they do, and they think they're trained. Oh man, the world we live in. Remember when there was hope? I remember when there was hope. Rich people dash that. You people, you're thinking too good of yourselves. We can't have that. You're thinking that you could do anything. You think that you're thinking above your station. You poor people. Damn you poor people. How dare you? Dead dick shot. That's not cool, man. You just don't shoot a guy in the balls. No, like, oh. So, Robin, have you ever heard of a thing called Kung Fury? It's like if you haven't, it's a fucking it's like a fake film, like about like it's supposed to be from the 80s about like this like Miami cop fighting Hitler through time, and it's like the most 80s thing ever, but in the in a good way and not just like nostalgia grabbing, because the fucking thing's insane. He kick flips a car, stuff like that, right? And one of he has his partner dies, so then he gets a new partner who's called Triceracop, right? Because he is a Triceratops and a biped. You know, like the TV show Dinosaurs. He's like that, right? But he's a cop and he's Triceracop, and he can only shoot people in the dick. That's the only. It's everyone. He just shoots everyone in the dick. Shoot people through phones. It's so good. They made a second one. It's got like Michael Fassbender and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's like even more ridiculous. It's great. Fuck you, Kung Fury. Oh, it's good shit. Kung Fury's fucking great. I mean, I'm an 80s thing. I was born in the 80s. So, I'm technically an 80s thing in a different respect. Oh. Do I have anything else to say? I don't know. I haven't been doing anything except playing shitty card games. Fucking just trying to take it easy. You know what I mean? Don't be mean to your dick. Unless it gets you where it's pure. Mm. Depends which dick it is. Tricky dick now. Fuck him. I don't know. It's a lot of people. I just love that thing. They go, do you know what? Do you know Alan should be shortened to Al? Richard, Dick. It's just preponderance of Richards that are just assholes and dickheads. All right, Dick. Jesus, no. Yeah, that's my mum. My mum only had me when she was 18. She was one of those. She was one of those girls, and then became super Christian. It was fun. Apparently, I was conceived on the bonnet of on the hood in American terms of a Camaro. Yeah, they call it a bonnet. It's funny as fuck. I love it in Britain. They go, just let me just have a. Excuse me, mate. Let me just have a look at your car. Just open up the bonnet. All right. Is there a bee in there? Is there going to be a lot of dick talk going on? Maybe. See where the evening takes us. Laissez-faire. We could do what we want. Hello, Mr. BS. How you doing, sir? Yeah. I'm supposed to click these instead of just read them out. I forget these things from time to time. Because I'm a consummate professional and I'm really good at this. Yeah. Of course, Mr. BS is here. I was just rewatching BS's video on him and Jimmy Tux playing. Sorry, him and the God Jesus and wasn't complaining. Well, playing chess, and the pigeons never cease to amaze me, amuse me. God, words are not failing me today. I'm not even stoned. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, because to be honest, I've spent most of the day like editing because I've been reworking. I'm writing a fantasy book at the minute on in my off time because I had a really really good fucking D&D game years ago, and like it needs to be a story because it's really good. It was really good. It was really funny, and The story was really good. So I've been writing that into a story. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. I mean, I can't show what I'm doing because otherwise people would get angry. My fruit bat is disappearing. It is angry. But we do have a sleeping meerkat. See, everybody was telling me about how much they love like the bat and stuff like that, and it's like it's the meerkat that gets me. Why not? Everybody should write a little story. Writing stories is fun, even if you're not particularly good at it. I don't like to read. I don't know. I love reading. I like reading more than most things. It's just it takes up the time. It takes up the time from everything else. It's the only problem with reading, in my opinion. Because like you can't read and do other things. But that's why I got into audiobooks. I was elected to read. I was elected to lead, not to read. Yeah. Right. I don't know. Should I just get into this? Because I got two videos to go through today. You know what I mean? I have a see. The thing is, right? I have one of those computers that's like, you know, what's it called? Cooled by water. You see, and sometimes I have to like fix it, and I have to let the water manipulate through it. So you get a bubbling noise. So I'm just making sure things work. Blowing milk bubbles, I guess. I mean, I mean that is the case, but that's for completely different reasons. What can I say? I'm a stolid boy. Oh, that amused me more than it should. I guess I do only do poop and fart jokes. Poop, poop, fart, fart. Right, so I suppose I should get into it because I got two videos of Bobby Conway to go through, and they're only half an hour each, so it's not that bad. Usually, I go to like hour and a half videos for these sorts of things. I mean, I might start doing the shorter video ones again. I started running out of a backlog, and I ran out of one to look for videos. So John sent me a video. I've still got to watch on one of these at some point, actually. Christian magic. Do y'all want to watch some Christian magic? We all love Christian magic. Poo. Oh, wait. Yeah. Poo humor is universally poopies. It's poopies. Poopy poopy. See, poopy poopy. I'm highbrow. I'm topical. I amused me at least. I'll let myself out. Bong helped. Sorry, fixing the computer totally helped. Right, so let's get on to Bobby Conway and his little medley boy. You'll get what I mean, or at least I'll explain it because I don't know, whatever. Well, anyway, I'll just get on with it.
How to talk to an atheist. Well, that's what we got on tap today on Unapologetic.
I don't really like making fun of people's appearances unless it's really funny and really obvious. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, like, I like making fun of Ken Ham's appearance because he looks like a chimp and he says that evolution isn't real. This guy, I just want to pause for a second and state how he looks like every second, like, roadie from like 2002 to about 2009 slash guitarist of every alt metal band from around the same period. But that's a bit, hey, yeah, he does. He has lots of piercings, and considering that I'm a qualified piercer, I could stab you and get paid for it, sir. That's all I'm saying. You'd have to say that I could stab you first, and then I'd let I'd pierce you, and then you'd give me money. That's why I got into piercing in the first place. It's like, do you know what? Could I go? I got a lot of money from somebody dying. And I went, do you know what? I say a lot of money. It was like 10 grand, something like that, in pounds. And I went, do you know what? I could do something, or I could learn how to stab people and get paid for it. So I did that, and then I learned the wrong kind of piercing that no one in Britain wanted to know how to do, which is a shame. Blade is better than cannula. It just is. It was fun piercing people because people come in and they go, "Hi, how are you, sir?" And they go, "Oh," and you go, "Fine, very well, sir, madam." In between, it's a great day, bad day, whatever. Did you see the game last night? That's a ludicrous display. You say the usual banter, and then they point at the bot of the body, and then you stab them in it for a nominal fee. It was the best job. It's still the best job. Being paid to stab people's fun. Now I've got to try and laugh at people like this to make money. I used to have, to be fair, I used to have a bunch of piercings. I used to have that done. I had up there done. I had I tried to stretch that one, but it failed miserably. No, I tried to stretch that one, sorry, and it failed miserably every time because I was too impatient. And I had a scaffolding there. I had a nose there. I had one eyebrow in the normal place, and then I had two there so I could put in little glow in the dark ones. So when I went to Psy raves, I could like paint a little alien underneath it, and then it would be like its little antenna, and they'd glow in the dark. I had a lip piercing twice, my nipple pierced. I love piercings. I just lose them all the time, so I stopped wasting money on them. Because I'll have them there, and I just fiddle with them inanely because I need to fiddle with things. And fucking, so, I'd just go da 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 da, and then the ball would come off, and I'd never find it again. So then eventually I'd lose the bar, and I'd never find it again. I am a true weirdo. It is. I am a. It is, I mean, I'm covered in the tattoos, and by that I mean bit of one arm. I'm poor. I'd have more, and they're all Discworld tattoos, so it's okay. I cut myself shaving. Yeah. Hello, nerdy. By the way, you had a nose one, but yeah. I mean, noses are fine. My thing was, it just woke up one day and it was gone, and it healed over, and I went fuck it. Yeah. What I don't get is the people that get it there. At least if you get like the bull ring that comes down, you can see the thing. But people get it like a bar in there, and like just wear that and like that's not what they want. And it's like, what are you doing? Or I think the worst one, right, is like I people get how people get their ears stretched. I've seen people do it in the cheeks, and I've seen people do it like in the lips, and not like in the African tribe way, like in the that way, so you can see the teeth. And it's rough, man. It's just constantly just dribbling, and you're like, what the fuck? It's not cool. Some people make mistakes with piercings and like brandings and all that shit. I nearly got the one I nearly did. I nearly got suspended. That's how far I went with that shit. I nearly got suspended. They put the hooks in your back and then they lift you up and they swing you about. I nearly did that. The only thing, the only reason it didn't happen is that I'd had too many mushrooms and they wouldn't let me do it. And I'm like, oh man, I don't care. uh, hippies believe all sorts of things, but they had a fun time in the woods. You just have to put up with all the hippie talk, and the rest of it's amazing. It was great, that little hippie festival. We were all in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere, in some farmer's field. Put up netting in the middle of the trees. We were all climbing around like fucking drugged up apes. It was amazing. Fucking glow in the dark cargo netting in the middle of these trees. We're all just there on everything. It was good shit. I'm only 5 seconds into this video, but hey, sometimes the old drug stories are fun. I miss Cyrus. I wish I was well enough to do them.
where we defend truth without compromise with Dr. Bobby Conway, the 1 Minute Apologist. I'm your host, Tim Hall.
It totally was. Do you know what the best thing about all these side raves was? There's only two types of people that ever went to these side raves, and it was there was like hippies and goths. There's a mental mix. Just a bunch of hippies and goths all drugged up at the same time, together in the same place, all being friendly. It was amazing. Who says that just, some LSD and some mushrooms don't bring people together? You might not see the small muskrat that the other person sees scurrying around the floor, but you, in fact, it doesn't matter. You can share in the joy and sadness as you look as well. That's a true story. Oh, one of my friends. Techno goth. I was a bit. I see what at first I was just a metalhead, and then I went all fucking. I went uber goth. Like I'd go around in like fluffy pirate shirts and like fucking cravated, and I had fluffs and cravat. There's photos of it somewhere. It's like fucking fluffs, cravats, and because I used to go Whitby, which is like the Whitby Goth Festival, so it was all pretentious ass goths as well. So fucking, I'd be there in my leather pants, my big boots, and my frilly cravated shirt with my and I couldn't stand the old cybergoth stuff for a bit because it was just too much like all the shitty wobs that I couldn't be dealing with, the scrum diddly dums, even though I ended up into psytrance. Yeah. Tangents. Like, I don't know. Did I ever? I think I have the best. I don't know. I've already been talking about. I've got the best drug story. If I could put this over here, I had the best story. I got the best drug story for this shit. So, there used to be a good fucking like 10 of us. They used to go out, and we all used to go to like the same parties and the same raves and everything because we're all from the same town. We're all the same fucking. Yes, it does. So we all went to this rave, and a mate of mine who we'll just call Beard, he double dropped acid, and it never went well for him because we were hefty users, and it never went well for him. So he started thinking he was dead, and he said, "I need to go outside to get away from the music." We took him outside, so he went. It went all right. He thought he lost his keys, and like he went, "Oh shit, I'm dead." And then he said because when he thought he was basically thinking about having to tell his mum that he lived with that he was going to have to get a new set of keys because he lost them, and he went, "Ah, fuck, she's going to tell me off," And it was just, and then of course I'm dead, and then he just went, "Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead." And he wouldn't stop saying it, and then he started running away from everyone until somebody eventually called an ambulance, which he dove in and out of repeatedly. And then at one point, I looked in, and he was pushing himself up into the top of the ambulance corner like he was Spider-Man perched up there. And he was like my size, so he was like not like fat, but like he was 6'3" because I used to be thin then. He was like 6'3" and fucking, and he was kind of, he had more of a beard than me and everything. So, but like, and he was up in the corner of this thing like he was fucking like he was fucking Spider-Man, and then he ran off, and the police came, and then there was my mate who we will call the Ginger, who totally did fucking ostrich, by the way, but like, so me and him went after him, and then the cops like pulled over and then like grabbed him, and I was desperately trying not to be. I was desperately trying to be invisible because like, oh fuck, because we had particularly strong stuff that night. I could only see reality every fourth second. Everything else was colors. So I could only get snippets of what was going on. So I was trying to be invisible really hard. And I was failing. um, and then, so my mate, the ginger, was saying to him, like, saying to these coppers, "Oh, like, don't worry about him. He's not had anything. I've not had anything. It's all right. He's just having a panic attack or some shit." And then he booted this copper in the face, and the copper took it like a champion and didn't even file charges at him. He just because he eventually because my mate Ginger had said, like, "Oh no, don't worry. He's had a lot of acid. You know, he can't hack it. He just doesn't know what's going on." So the copper took it on the chin, literally, and you know, and they handcuffed him, put him in the thing, and they took him to the hospital. They handcuffed him to a gurney, and he said he woke up tripping, handcuffed to a gurney from whatever was going on. He said it was just suddenly later, and then he's handcuffed to a gurney. They let him off, and never got done. He just went home. Those were the days. Well, you know, there's just something about gingers. I hear it's an epidemic. You know, ginger boots. You know, because you need two people. Because the ostrich is a big thing, right? So you need two people to fuck an ostrich, realistically. Unless it's a sick ostrich, then maybe one if you're a strong person, right? So, wow. There we go. I didn't expect that 20 seconds into this video I'd be talking about shit like that. But there you go. Fuck it. Like and subscribe, people. Like, subscribe, share it with others. I am a small channel. I could really do with 500 subs. That'd be nice. Make all the fake accounts and do it. I don't care.
Well, Bobby, we're in May, Mental Health Awareness Month. We talked a little bit about that in some past episodes. What's been going on in your world?
Well, I tell you, that's a good...
I bet it's always fun to listen to two Christians try and talk about mental health. Yeah. You don't though, because yeah. I think that's like the favorite one to tell. But my favorite overall story, it's only short, is my mate we'll just call him Naughty, because as in like from a tree. Notty, because it doesn't matter, because he had dreads. But we were all on a train home, and he was just sat there, just going, like fucking, you know, just straight ahead, fucking cold sweat, scared shitless. I'm like, dude, what the fuck's up with you? And he's like, I don't want to say anything, but like, the floor's on fire and everybody's legs have burned off and the water and the ceiling is made of water. Nobody cares, so I didn't want to make a scene. I thought I'd just deal with it on my own. You know, like a champion, but yeah. Oh. Some of those stories sound really cruel, but they weren't at the time because you didn't know what you were doing either. Them were the days.
Topic just even bring up. This idea of mental health is always close to my heart. I think about how many people are suffering. You know, mental health issues have quadrupled in COVID, and it's not surprising. And I really feel like the church needs to be ready and needs to be thinking very strategically about how to deal with the mental health crisis when the doors open again. And I'm thankful to hear that a lot of doors are opening and we're kind of moving past this. But if people show back up to church and they just hear from the pulpit that all of their problems is just their sin, and that's it, we're being way too myopic. Sure, the fall has caused our mental health problems, but we need to help people to understand.
Well, you know, some people can just perform better than others, and some people, you know, some people, as we say in Britain, some people are just too plump chumps.
Understand that they have to be put back together. So this is really a beautiful and wonderful opportunity that we have as a church holistically, to be able to be empathetic to the people and the pain that they come into our churches with. It's an opportunity for us to be able to validate some of the suffering that they've been through.
Yeah.
It's a way for us to even help them. Like, picture pastors doing a series on Jesus' vision for your emotional life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, think about this. Like, people who feel...
Yeah, because do you know what Jesus talks about a lot? Your emotions and how you feel instead. What he doesn't really talk about is, oh, no, I can't be bothered. I'm not far enough into this video to be,
like God's just out to make them miserable. Jesus says, do not worry. The Bible tells us to fear not. The Bible says, be anxious for nothing. The Bible...
be anxious for nothing. You just can't hold down a job because the boss is a dickhead. It doesn't, or you can't even get one because fucking they don't even phone you back. And your kid's crying, and the gas bill's in, but it's been in for 2 months, and it's going to be shut off. And that is the same with the electricity. They already took the car, but don't worry about it, right? Don't worry about it. You see, as long as you realize that this life is very short and very finite, and the rest of eternity is, well, eternity, and that means forever with infinite zeros. So you don't. So as long as you can make it through this bit, just fucking struggle, And if you die of natural causes, like say by starvation, well then that's all right, because you'll be in heaven with God, right? Or something like that. He might not say that. Yeah, I read that in 2nd Isaiah 33:12. Just great minds, sir. That's all I'm saying. Great minds. That's why we're coming together next week to do. We might be coming back together next week to do Bottom of the Barrel, if I remember correctly. So that should be fun as well. That it is, sir.
Shows Jesus comforting people in their depression. Come to me, all you are weary and burdened. So we literally serve a God who says, my peace I leave with you. He doesn't want us fearful. He doesn't want us worried. He doesn't want us in anxiety. He doesn't want us depressed. Now, that doesn't mean we won't have to battle through those things, and life's not going to be there. But his vision for us is to find that deep inner contentment. And
well, as long as his vision for us is to find deep inner contentment, then all the struggles of depression and anxiety and any other mental condition that you might have that I definitely didn't name because I only named 2 things, well then, God has a different vision, and as long as you make yourself better, you can forget, you can... I didn't even realize. What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh yeah, so as long as you work and you make yourself better, then, you can fulfill God's vision for you. And then you could feel the inner contentment because you've reached someone else's vision for yourself. Isn't that fun? It's really nice that, you get given one life but to live. And then you can't even be yourself for your life because, well, you've got to be someone else to get into heaven. And if you want that person to get into heaven, then you have to do that. Otherwise, you want to get into heaven. You want to get heaven, right? So you got to be the right person, and you've got to use your free will to be the right person and not be you. Cool. Don't you love religion? Isn't it the best? It just looks at you as a person all the time and says, "Do you know what? You're not fucking good enough, yo." Like, it just looks at you it just looks you up and down every time it sees you, and it goes, "You dirty son of a bitch. The fuck do you think you are?" It's like, come on. It's a whole thing based around shame and fear. Yet it has this glowing floodlight that wants to make you feel better. No, he has to use his free will to make you one of his chosen. Because he knew what was going to happen beforehand. And also, the Holy Spirit has to work through you for you to feel him, according to some of them. So, there's too many different versions.
I think that what's the world got to offer for all of our emotions? I mean, yeah, neuroscience. Well, neuroscience is just going to explain our need for the transcendent.
Sure.
And so
Is it? Or does neuroscience say, hey, these neurotransmitters are activated by serotonin, and it seems like your serotonin is not, at a high enough level. It is very low, or it is very high. It is not at the normal level for you to feel and think as a normal person. So, in fact, it is causing you to be depressed because it's low. Or, hey, do you know what? I have lots of cortisol that's been flowing through my brain through most of my life. So it gives me anxiety because I'm constantly on edge because that's what cortisol does. Neuroscience says, hey, do you know what? If we take a little bit of look at that little bit of the brain there, then it says that you have not Parkinson's, you have Alzheimer's, or you have whatever, right? It doesn't explain that you need transcendence. That's nothing that any part of neuroscience would ever say, because it's neuroscience and it talks about the brain and it talks about how it works, not transcendence. They don't go. Well, I'm sorry, sir. You, madam, in between. You seem to have, you seem to have a malformation of your hypothalamus. So, what we would really suggest is, letting God, rain down upon you his love and feel him move through you, and then when you feel God's glory and grace, you won't give a flying fuck about your malformation of the brain. So that's cool, right? Like, come on.
I'm thankful that we don't have to be either or. So you asked what's on my mind? Well, what's on my mind is how the church needs to step up and help those who are in a mental health crisis.
Well, and I'll take this opportunity to remind our listeners and our viewers that a few weeks ago we did an episode where we talked about mental illness, sick or sin or sickness with Heather, with your wife. And so I would just invite anybody to head on over to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/1minuteapologist, and you can check out a whole playlist of unapologetic episodes. That's one of them. And there's a whole playlist of mental health stuff where you've explored that topic with your wife on a whole series of live streams over the last year. And so
I bet that's fun. I should probably look at that at some point and go, let's look at Christians talking about mental health and watch me lose mine. It's already upon a knife edge, both literally and metaphorically. See what I did there? Because I'm funny. You see, I'm a funny boy. I'm a funny boy. I'm a poop humor. I'm a Gen X humor. And I go, oh, it's going to amuse me forever.
can check that stuff out as well. So
yeah, I just want people to know out there that they're hurting, that they're not alone.
Yeah.
And I mean, I truly look at my family.
So you had a type, apparently. Did you just like walk into bars and just go, excuse me, can you stop the music, please? Excuse me, any of you called Heather? Any Heathers here? Anyone? You? Hi. Like silence. You go, fair enough, I'll move on to the next place. And you get known as like the guy that goes around and you go, oh, it's like 8:45. It's time for the Heather guy. And they turn off the music for you. And then everybody turns around. Any Heathers? You know what I mean? Like I just love that idea of nope, I'm just hunting for him. I'm looking for these and these only. Do you know what? We got on amazingly. My name, though. What's your name? It's Bianca? No, I can't be doing that. Oh, soulmates! What's your name? Erica? Just leave. You know what I'm looking for. But we were getting on so well.
My wife's got this sign up in our house that says, as far as everybody else knows, we're a perfectly happy family, right? Well, ha 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 ha. Well, as far as we know, we're completely dysfunctional, right? I mean, we live day by day at the mercy and grace of God. We understand some of these issues called mental health issues, and we want to get on record and say, you're not alone. And, misery loves company, so it gives us comfort to know that we're not alone, too.
Right. Yeah, I'm laughing.
Sorry, I saw that, and I was paying more attention to laughing at that than anything else. Well, if it's in the movies, that's when your mother starts saying things like, if your friends all jumped off a bridge, would you do it as well? You're like, do you know what? Depends on the bridge.
Laughing because I think we could have that same sign at our house as well, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. When you look up from the outside or you look at your social media, it looks great, but when you open the door and spend some time with your family, we all realize that, well, not just your family, with my family, with anybody's family.
Let me sure your family is absolutely a disaster.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Train wreck, and that's why I love you.
Well, yes, totally. Well, our topic today is how to talk to an atheist, and man, we could go, I think, around and around on a whole bunch of different subjects.
That's why we just had to say how terrible our families are, because we're all dysfunctional. And you know what? Most people are. But also, like, you can't be pretending that God's going to make it better. Because, do you know what? When we look throughout the entirety of the past, it seems like religion did a really, really good job at holding together the social structures and, mental stability of people. Oh, it didn't. And kingdoms rose and fell all the time. And, at the whims of various popes. And, mental health was frowned upon as sin, devil worship, or like devils infesting you. So, yeah, let's move on and talk about how we're going to convert, talk to atheists, because, man, I'm really happy I'm not going to listen to these two fuckers talk about how, their religion's going to fix mental health problems, because, Jesus. Oh, that's the wrong thing I meant to click there. Stan. Just going to get a little bit of cancer, Stan.
Let's try to narrow this in a little bit. So far in this series, we've addressed how to talk to Mormons, how to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, how to talk to Buddhists. Well, the first thing that we did is we kind of laid out what the Christians believe. And so I think with atheism particularly, there's going to be a wide variety of viewpoints on things like the Old Testament, on things like Jesus, because
how to share your faith effectively and biblically, to be able to reason with people, learn to circumnavigate or go around the person's intellect.
You got to connect with them better. So
I would say that we can define atheism in a number of different ways, but it seems like the dominant way that particularly people on the internet that call themselves atheists are,
what up, Dave?
Defining themselves are just, they lack a belief in God. And whether that is an active, I don't believe in God, or whether...
Well, yeah, the Christians are a mental health hazard. That's the whole point. Isn't it? You don't share the same delusion as me, right? You share the delusion. So let me persecute you until you share my delusion. Or I'll stab you with this sharp, pointy thing. Oh, well, we have guns now. Well, this is easier. I can do this from far away. So, heathen, are you ready yet? Are you gonna believe in my delusion yet? Boom, boom. He's just leaving his footprints. It's just Bigfoot. He's just wandering through. It's just letting us know.
That is just, I have yet to be convinced by any evidence.
I totally need to clip out one of your things for that, and then I can play it after I say things like that.
That any Christian has put forth. That seems to be kind of the only thing. So it would be difficult for us to go through that same process.
Bigfoot has evolved. So it has pets. We all need to run for the hills.
In general, let's just maybe start with how we should approach someone that calls themselves an atheist in a conversation, because we're not going to be able to go down kind of what do atheists believe about the Old Testament and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, in general, you'll have atheists that would be functional atheists, but they would be, professed agnostics.
Yeah.
But they function as atheists. Now, by the way, we've got people who are professed Christians and they function like atheists.
And it's very true, yeah.
So I would say one thing that we need to understand with
those dirty heathens that don't quite believe the same things as me and don't treat it the same way I do, they just act like atheists. No true Christian! Man, I just love how the undiluted, inerrant, ineffable Word of God has so many variations and so many different ways to look at it, and so many people believe so many different things, and they all say vast swathes of the other kind are just not the same as them, even though they all worship the same people. If I remember correctly, when Pokemon came out, they were not happy about Pokemon coming out because it was teaching kids evolution in a fun way. They just dropped it because nobody gave a shit and continued playing it. But I totally remember people at the time fucking going ape shit. See what I did there? I said ape shit. Because we came from apes and it's evolution. Aye! See? It's poo humor and evolution humor. Ha I'm a funny boy. Yeah, I remember people going ape shit about it. Like I remember people not liking fucking. I remember people not liking it. Because I was part of a Southern Baptist church at the time, and my mother was convinced that it was the spawn of the devil, so I had to play it at some friend of mine's house. Rock on. Word up, yo. You're right. Everything does need more. Hey! I think I've had the correct amount of weed. Sorry, I fixed the right amount of computers.
Atheism, it's not one size fits all.
Right.
They have their various opinions on things. I mean, you have the new atheists versus maybe your old guard atheists.
Yeah.
The new atheists are much more incendiary. They're like the fundamentalists, so to speak.
Yeah.
I know, us loud atheists like myself, we're just fundamentalist atheists because we all think that your God doesn't exist. So the fundamentalist view of that is that your God doesn't exist. So, sorry, my coffee machine's going off. So, we're fundamentalists because we're like, do you know what? When I look at history, do you know what I see? Do you know what I see when I look at history? What? No, that's the wrong button. That's the correct button. Because you know what I see when I look at history? I see just all the time being resplendent with fucking, theists just fucking ruining, torturing, and killing en masse people that didn't think what they thought. And, even attack their own sides just to practice to kill, fucking to kill Muslims. Oh my God. I'm supposed to be nice to these people. Whereas if these people had power, if they're starting to gain now, then what would they do? They would throw everyone that doesn't think like them in prison and then maybe do worse things, right? Because that's all these people do. They start with book burnings. They start with coming after targeted, beg your pardon, with targeting some of these more hello, more vulnerable classes, you know what I mean? Making life harder for people. These people do this shit all the time. I don't understand why we should give a shit that, do you know what? we started to lose popularity, so we decided to look pious and nice. Instead of like, burn them, and stab them with things quickly. They're unbelievers, because, this is what they've done, ever since, Constantine, really. Like, I'm sorry, I don't see why we have to be nice to you people. Like, I don't get it. Just like this Braxton Cunter, I'm supposed to start being nice to him because he's like, I just want to be friends, and it's like, do you know what? I don't give a shit. You want Christian nationalism? Go fuck yourself. How about this? I don't have to be nice to you. Like, this fake fealty that we have to like pay to these people to pretend like to like we give a shit. I don't give a shit about what these people think. I don't give a shit about how they feel. To be honest, I think they're a blight upon this earth. And that's why I try and spread atheism, to get rid of these fucking simple-minded morons that only care about making themselves feel better because they're scared of the rest of the outside of the world, right? And these people that don't give a shit that rich fuckers are using all this theology to fucking bury them under debt and all this other shit because, well, the right wing just cares about God more. Like, I'm sorry, I don't understand why I have to be nice to these people, right? What's this? They aren't nice to us. Like, I went on some fucking knobheads the other day. They just started saying all sorts of things about how I'm supposed to feel. So how about fuck you? You don't know jack shit about me. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on. Wow. She comes in and then she leaves to go find food to forage in the forest for berries. I don't know. That's what I used to do at my nan's. But yeah, I don't understand why I have to be nice to any of these people when none of them are ever nice to us, but in the most like superficial, like, actually I'm being piously like fucking looking down my nose at you bullshit. Like, fuck these people, right? If you don't think like them, they want to imprison you. They want to burn your books. They don't want people to have your thoughts. They don't want people to be like you. They want anyone to be like you to, in fact, be part of the persecuted group. Like, that's fine. I just wanted to say forage in the forest for berries. I just don't understand why, like, we're supposed to be all, oh, what? He said we weren't nice to them. Oh, no, they'd imprison me if they had power. Like, fuck them, right? Fuck them. We see what these fuckers do when they get into power. It's happening again. Why the fuck should we ever be nice to these pricks? Like, why? I see no reason. You know what I mean? Exactly. Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing these. Oh, the trans people are going to rape your children, and look at him, and the drag queens, and the shows, and the blah 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 blah. And every fucking day, it's another fucking priest with more kid shit. It's fucking ridiculous. And we're supposed to go, well, they believe in God, so they're good, wholesome folk, right? You can't be a bad person and believe in God. Meanwhile, they all love watching mafia films, going, hey, do you know? They all go to church and believe in God, and they're bad people. Do you know what? We should be like them. Come on. It's fucking... I need mental help. I do. But that is for different reasons. What up, dog? Holler at your boy now. It's just what they do. It's what they do. There's nothing more. It's just what they do. Bastards. Oh, I mean, come on. They've been forcing religion in the schools for years. That's what the Scopes trial was about, man. They this isn't new. We had a brief respite that we are just coming out of, and by just I mean like maybe 10, 15 years ago. I don't know, maybe under Bush. I don't know, maybe George H.W. Bush, not George H.W. Bush. Maybe George W. Bush made sweeping reforms to the education system under the No Child Left Behind Act, And actually, it was a pile of shit that gutted the education system. And then we're reaping the rewards of all the uneducated citizens that came out of it, because they were uneducating everyone, because they knew they were going to start pumping this shit into all their heads when they were younger. Because, hey, everybody's getting older and they're not turning to the right wing anymore. That idiom of, hey, when you're young and when you're young you have a heart, so you must be a liberal, but if you're old and not a Republican, you don't have a brain, and now that shit, like, they were worried about that, I don't know, sometime saying, I don't know, around the 1980s, someone named Ronald Reagan and a bitch whore queen from hell named Margaret Thatcher, that turned an entire socialist country against all the socialist wonders that it had accrued for itself over 2 decades, rigged a plan to completely fuck everyone, and we're really starting to reap the rewards. Isn't it fun when old rich people conspire to fuck you so more old rich people can fuck you? Yay! Isn't capitalism the best? Can we have a revolution yet? Can we do that? Is it time? Rant achieved.
Harshly.
Yeah, because we should all worship our Lord and Savior. We should all worship our light and all the animals that his Father has made for us. Look at the tiger, isn't it so beautiful? The orangutan, it is just such a glorious animal. They make medicines for themselves. See, our true Lord and Savior, Sir David Attenborough. Attenborough be praised.
Antagonistic against belief in God. You don't hear as much about the new atheists today as you did several years ago.
Right.
I mean, it was absolutely the thing.
Yeah, because it's almost like when the new atheism thing happened, it was all in book form, right? And like, yeah, it was new. Everybody's like, oh, it's the shocking thing, atheism. Atheism is abound. Oh no. What? We had the satanic panic 20 years ago. I remember D&D. It's like that again. Do you see that drunk fat man? He's saying that God isn't real. And he's like, he's got, he can say things funnily, and he has wit, and he knows stuff. Oh my God, it's horrific. And people got really angry because also at the time, we was fighting against the ideas of Christian nationalism in the classrooms, and gay rights and stuff, and also against Islamic fundamentalism, because 9/11, it was almost like it was a conflagration of a bunch of different events that people actually started to speak up about, because the whole thing was fucked in every angle, right? And also around the time, it was also like, I don't know, around the time that CBS found out that the Vatican actually did have an internal document called the Crimen Solicitatis document that was about the crimes of solicitation about gays, children, and animals, and how you get them away with it, because they're all the same thing, right? Gays, pedophilia, fucking animal fucking, all the same thing, right? Of course. And, everybody was angry about it. And that started to simmer down. And then, I don't know, angry atheists like myself, I don't know, went off and started to learn things, had kids and didn't make them Christian, stuff like that. It's almost like time moved on and things change. But no, the whole thing's on a downfall because, well, they're not shouting from the rooftops anymore. And if they're not shouting from the rooftops anymore, don't worry about it. So it's a fad, right? Remember, it's a fad, because that's what it must be, because it's not happening anymore. It was a fad. So if any of your children or anyone especially if they're a younger persuasion, if they fall into atheism, it's just a fad, will come out of it. Just cajole them a little bit, just tell them to grow up, and they'll come out of it. Because, of course, it's just, in fact, it was just a little time period. Don't worry about it. You don't have to care about what they say anymore. I'm gonna go make my brew, and hopefully he doesn't say I have to say anything that I have to shout over as I play it.
Thing that everybody was talking about was the rise of the new atheism.
Yep.
And the four horsemen. It's quieted down a bit, but it certainly is still around to a certain degree. But a true atheist is one who does not believe that God created this world that we live in.
Right.
They believe that we are basically functioning, we're dancing to the tune of our DNA,
right.
as Richard Dawkins said. And so what that looks like is everything kind of popped into existence out of nothing, that we've evolved over a process of time, that when we die, we just kind of go back into the ground, that there's no soul that transcends death. Atheists do have debate around, is there free will or not free will?
Yep.
They have debate over, is there objective morality or is there not objective morality? They have debate on whether or not we need to get rid of and eradicate all belief, or some would say, no, we need to be okay with people kind of, having beliefs. But what's interesting is watching how atheists will even seek to, hijack things.
People arguing about Satan. This reminds me of an old Bottled Surfer song. If you've not listened to Bottled Surfers and you like weird music, then you should listen to Bottled Surfers. It reminds me of one weird song. It's like, that's all supposed to be all heartwarming and like, hey, Dad. Yes, son. What does regret mean? Well, son, the thing about regret is it's better to regret something you have done than something you haven't done. And son, yes, Dad. When you see your mother this weekend, remember to tell her, Satan, Satan, Satan! Dun, 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 dun. It's great. Yes, all belief should be gone. Like, I believe I'm a fat boy, and that should be gone so then I can be a thin boy. Do I need to? Did he? Don't know. Came from nothing. I don't care. Do we? I don't know.
From the church. So now they got atheist church, right?
Yeah,
and they want to have songs and they want to read poetry and all that. So
yeah, because some people like the idea of having a place in a community where everyone in the community of a like-minded nature can come once a week and meet and talk together and have fun and have like-minded conversations and relate to each other in a similar way. Because the problem with church is that it's not spiritual. It doesn't give you spirituality. It doesn't refill your soul. It gives you a sense of community because there is a weekly thing that you go to that everyone makes time for to go to, so you can interact with people in your community that have similar things and and do things together because they like the sense of community. How dare us for wanting that? I kind of used to look down on those kind of atheists, and now I don't give a flying fuck. If they want to come together in the stupid little churches, they can come together in the stupid little churches. These fuckers come together in the stupid little churches. So why the fuck shouldn't atheists be allowed to congregate together? Yes, it's called church derisively, but it is trying to fulfill the same sense of community that yours does. And now we're getting looked down upon for having that because it's mental health month, right? And mental health is really important. And you can only have mental health if it comes through God, not talking to local people in your community that you might make friends with that you wouldn't have made friends with otherwise. It's almost like it's about making connections and other things. But no, how weird of them, right? How weird of them to do the same things that we do. Oh no. We also watch films as well. Oh. We both breathe air. Did you know we both drink water? Oh no, not water. I like coffee. Some Christians drink coffee. I can't drink coffee anymore. Oh no. It's like when these fuckers go, hey, you can't it's like when they go, oh, you can't fucking you can't say, oh my god, or whatever. It's like, yeah, I can. Go fuck yourself. How about it? I can say, God damn it, and I can say all these things because I don't think it's real. Yeah. But also, colloquially, it's really good. It's really good. Do you know what I mean? And nobody has ever made a good replacement. And if you don't like it, I don't give a flying fuck. Okay? Yeah. Oh my god. You don't like it? Suck my balls. My balls be dry. Oh my god, they're so dry. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to give a shit about? Like, come on, really? Oh, like, how dare we do things? How dare we? Well,
it's not one size fits all, and it's not monolithic, and that's one thing that I think to begin with. What type of atheist are you dealing with when you are going to engage your atheist friend?
And so how would you determine what sort of atheist that you're dealing with in that? What sort of process would you go through?
Well, for me, I think that it's important to know that there's not a one size fits all atheist. Because see, this is what we do. If we're not equipped, we'll think every Muslim's a terrorist.
Right.
Right?
Not equipped. All you have to do is go, well, no. I'm sorry, Nerdy. As a rodent, right? As a rodent, one should be appreciative of the Church of One Sir David Attenborough. We should all come together, animals included, to live and love the glory of nature that he has provided. And being a rodent, you should further love the warmth and love that he's brought to animals from his staff. There is no Church of the Shaken Fist. There is only the Church of a 10. Bruh. Yeah. It's the Church of Aten. Bruh. That's two of my own jokes. And maybe people will get them. I don't know. Bruh. Sorry, I'm too amused by things at the minute. I feel like doing this to everything. If I didn't have these man tits, I'd you know.
Well, every Muslim's not a terrorist.
Right.
I could be a little Japanese girl. Could take little cameras.
So we really get a faulty understanding. So we're fed news of a certain brand, and frankly, that's what the world gets of Christians too, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
We're getting a certain brand of news. It's the news. It's the news turning your mind. Yeah, it is. It is. It's almost like a really rich Australian, right? Fucked up the British media, and he decided to do it to the American one as well. So then he had a hand in, I don't know, removing some of the protections that media had for, actually telling the truth and being forced to tell the truth instead of whatever the fuck they wanted to. All hail Rupert Murdoch. Capitalism be praised. Joyous days. Oh, it's the media's twisting your mind. I know the media's twisting it to my side, but it's the other side that's really bad. These people over here on the other side, they think the poor should have a little bit more money and should be able to live a decent life considering that they're in one of the richest countries that's ever existed. Or whatever, on other Western places, whatever. To be like, sorry that we think that it doesn't, the color of your skin and where you stick your private parts, as long as it's consensual and with adults, it doesn't fucking matter. And a litany of things that are aligned with, do you know what? Just don't harm others. And it's cool, because we're all people. Let's be people, dog. And you can't have that because if you separate people, it's easier, right, to make them hate the other groups. Because you take stuff from them, and then you say the other side did it. You see? You go, the damn left keeps on doing all these things. Meanwhile, I know we've cut benefits and we've cut employment rights and we've literally stopped in the way of raising the minimum wage since when? Do you know what I mean? Come on. The fact that these people have the temerity to come out and scream fake news after making Fox News because Do you know why it's called Fox News? They're laughing at you, literally, because it's Fox News, right? You know, FOX, but really it's FAUX, fake news. They're laughing at you. I mean, they do it all the time. That's the whole point of fucking, trickle down economics. They're laughing at you, saying we're pissing on you from a great height, and they go ha 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 ha. These stupid morons can't figure out that everything we do is laughing at them. By the way, yes, foxes are sly and tricky. They are very sly and tricky indeed. So why the Japanese like them to the female ninjas, kunoichis, and all foxes and shit, weren't they? But yeah, like these people laugh at the populace all the time, and because they go, I believe in God. They got the most of the populace go, aren't they nice people? Because you don't talk about politics and you don't talk about religion at the dinner table. Meaning, right? You don't really have any encouragement to actually look up what's going on in the world. Because, well, it's not on the phone, right? Back in the day, it wasn't on the TV. And before that, it wasn't on radio. So, like, these people don't want anyone to pay attention to anything. Because if all you're going to do is look at some fucking newspaper headlines when you pass it in a fucking supermarket or in a gas station, right? You're not going to see actually all the bad things they're doing because, you know, that's how most people live. And that all it takes for evil to thrive is for good people to do nothing. And considering that humanity is really, really shrived short of good people, well, we're fucked, right? It's one of those. It's one of those old Colin jokes that sticks with me and haunts me in a. Oh Jesus, yes. Did you ever see? All right, I'll go on another tangent. I don't want to talk about these two fucks. These two fucks are just a pretense to make me ramble about things. Did you ever see? Did any of you ever see any of the Bill O'Reilly and Jon Stewart like when Jon Stewart used to go on the O'Reilly Factor back in the day? Man, one time Jon Stewart went on, and he went on for like half an hour, and then O'Reilly went and got a fucking like a body language person to come on, and went, "Oh look, see, Jon Stewart's shit, and he was afraid of me and all this stuff." And the body language person is like, "No, that's not what his body language says." He was leaned back. It means he thought he was calm. He put his legs up a little bit. He thought he was calm, cool, in control. He was having a laugh. Like, they just destroyed him, and then they got rid of it. They got rid of the body language expert in like 2 seconds because the guy was just like, "Nah, you've completely misread this guy," and it was beautiful. I actually think it's what led to Jon Stewart and Bill O'Reilly having an actual standardized debate, where Jon Stewart ended up on a plot where his podium had a little platform, and any time that he felt like he got one over on Bill O'Reilly, it'd go up, and then if he thought that he was doing bad, he'd go down. It was good shit. And he owns Bill O'Reilly on how Bill O'Reilly, benefited from all the socialism of the 50s and stopped everybody else from getting it because fuck the baby boomers. And Gen Xers are nothing more than baby boomers. Instead of going on about, I miss the 50s, they were the best, or whatever. Now it's all, man, don't you miss the 80s? Don't you miss when all your men were oily and they had, little curly hair? Do you know what I mean? And it used to come down to here. It was kind of perm, and they'd wear a leather coat with no shirt on, and the muscles out, and they were all oiled up, and the junk was right on show, and the leather pants, and they'd go in there and they'd like kill 50 dudes, and they'd slap around a bitch, and then they'd fuck her, and then they'd slap her around a bit more. But he was okay because he had a rough mustache, and he smoked a cigar, and he had a Colt Magnum. And do you know what I mean? Like, we got to go back to that, back when I was young and I was on the cocaine. It was so much fun. Greed is good, right? Yeah, it is. Man, I hate the 80s.
Just these crazy fundamentalists.
Right.
And so I think that if we're going to be thoughtful, we need to just be inquisitive in our relationships. And I think that's where you really begin to build relationships anyway. So you don't believe in God. Well, talk to me about that. I mean, and so you can begin to even engage what you believe that morals are objective. Do you believe that, that there's any hope beyond the grave?
Wow.
Because a lot of times, if they say, "Oh yeah, I believe that there is," well, you might find that there's atheists that are professed atheists. They don't even understand their own atheism.
Right.
Like, oh well, did you know that atheists don't have a soul? So,
oh no, what? Hippies and weird crystal ladies think that they have a soul because they're weird hippie people. Oh no. Oh, I understand. I understand. I'm a millennial goth. We were the metalhead ones. We didn't just come out of punk. We came out of metal and went, nah, fuck them. Fuck them. Or at least that's the way it was in Manchester, man. Manchester, like, was kind of like, it was kind of like London for a bit. You know, like in London, you get to, oh shit, what's that place in London? Oh my god. Motherfucker. I can't remember what it's called. There's a place in London that used to be like goth and metalhead central and punk central. Camden. Used to be like, in like Manchester had it started to have like its own little quarter where it's just all metalhead shit. Do you know what I mean? So you had like fucking there was a good 2,000-3,000 goths and metalheads every Saturday over like this place called the Urbus. Just fucking just hanging. Man, it was great. We used to put on like we ended up putting on like fucking what are they called? Rocky Horror Picture Show, like fucking shows on there and everything. So good. Because like the whole thing is like, no, it's the counterculture, man. And we had this idea that the counterculture meant actually we're gonna all do our own shit. Fuck you. We was trying to bring the commune mentality to like all of the alternative thing. And you know, it had varying levels of success. But it didn't last very long. Oh, it depends on the boomer. It depends on the boomer, I'm afraid. You know, is Colin a boomer? What about Jon Stewart? Jon Stewart was definitely a boomer. And, you know, Jon Stewart is a beautiful man. But is Bernie a boomer? I don't know. There's good boomers. They're not all bad. There's just a lot of bad apples that spoil the bunch. You know, like a lot of bad apples. It's like most of them. But there is good ones. It's not fair. There is good ones. It is very few and far between. But they do exist. I mean, there's a lot of them that have disappointed me in later life. But you know, I used to like Bill Maher, and it's like, wow. I look at him now and I go, oh my god, why? I used to like this man. It's like when I found out about Neil Gaiman, and then I'm like, but Pratchett's best friends with him. I do not know who that is. Isn't what's his face? I think he's a boomer, isn't he? Bernie is the boomer of the boomers. Yeah, but that means that he's bringing ancient goodness. You know, I look back to that 2016 election and I go, do you know what? Maybe that thing about the Hadron Large Hadron Collider shifting us into the evil universe is completely true. On the one side, we had Lizard Queen Hillary Clinton that just really wanted to make money in any way possible and to get her name remembered forever. And her politics either way didn't matter because she was going to help Wall Street because she had two minds about stuff, remember? And she coughed up weird eggs. But that's neither here nor there. But then you got Bernie, right? And he's there. You know, he's there. He's got loudspeakers, and he's like, and a bird comes down and it lands on the thing, and he's there going, oh, look at the bird. The bird comes down because Lord Sir David Attenborough had ordained that this was the correct way to go, and people did not listen. They did not heed our Lord's advice. For he sent the birds. There was literally an omen, this little tiny baby bird, and he went, oh, look at him. And then Trump. And everybody went, you know what? Fuck Bernie. That nice old man that's been a nice old man since forever. You look at pictures of him in like the civil rights movement in the 60s, and he still looks like a nice old man then. He's like David Attenborough. Nature has found them favorable and has just said, no, you stop aging here, right? And you go on until you die. Jesus was a wanker in his teen days. Oh yeah, totally. Is it the Christian? I can't remember which one it was. When I was a kid, I remember my mum watching some fucking some Jesus movie, and it was like, the life and times of Jesus, and it might have been the one with Christian Bale, or it might have been the one with fucking I always forget his name because it's not actually his name, Willem Dafoe, because his name is actually William. It just got misspelt once, and he went, "No, I'm sticking with it. I am Willem, madam." But yeah, but like, and it's got Jesus in its teenage years, and it's like he's all angry and shit, and it has bits that I didn't know were Gnostic texts at the time, but I totally do now. So I might go back and watch them. There's like Jesus being a kid making some birds be alive and shit like that. It's like, that's a Gnostic as fuck text. All right, this is cool. I've got to remember which one it is. The Life of Brian is a classic, and my least favorite Monty Python movie. Don't get me wrong, I love Life of Brian, but I also like all the other films better. Holy Grail's my favorite, and then it's something now for something completely different, and then Meaning of Life, and then Life of Brian. I like that. Life of Brian is not sketchy enough for me, and I like sketchiness from the sketchy nature of Monty Python. I think Life of Brian is too much of a cohesive story. Plus, every time the alien bit happens, it really takes me out of it. I'm just like, all right, okay. I don't know. I have weird feelings about weird things. Meaning of Life is a very underrated film. It's very underrated. It's got some very good sketches. It's got some not so good sketches, but it's got some very good sketches in it. I just love that bit of the waiter at the end just going, "Oh, do you want to know do you want to know the meaning of life? Why do you come with me? Nah, come on. And he's like leading you down the street, and you go down. It just keeps. He's doing it for like a day, like a whole day of travel. It's nighttime by the time you get to where you guys like, you come with me. Nah, come here. No. And then you get there, and he goes, "Oh, look at this nice simple life. It's very nice, yes." And no, it's not. You look down on me. Fuck you. But I like Eric Idle. What can I say? I used to like John Cleese until he turned into a lunatic in his old age. It's like, you, sir, have turned into what you made fun of. Today I'm angry. Yeah, all right. It was gratuitous and pointless. Then, yeah, but it's Monty Python. Most of Monty Python is gratuitous and pointless. That's the point. They got given a budget and they went hell for leather. And fair play to them. Which way did a fishy go? A fishy, oh! Oh, I love that shit. The visuals are crap. It's just the way he's saying stuff. It's like Yellowbeard, except Yellowbeard's visuals are also great. If no one's ever watched Yellowbeard, you need to watch the Yellowbeard film. It's so good. It's an unofficial Python film. And really, it's better than any Python film. It's got Cheech and Chong in it. It's got it's got shit. It's like Peter Boyle's in it. I think, the dad, is it Peter Boyle? The dad from Everybody Loves Raymond. It's got like so many fucking like old comedic actors in it from like the 70s and 80s. It's good shit. Yellowbeard's fucking amazing. It's like the last film thing he was in as well. What's his name? He's got he's really funny. Got weird eyes. Oh my god, I can't believe I've forgotten his name. It's going to annoy me because he's so good in everything. He was in He was Dracula. Yeah, it was Dracula's fucking sidekick in. I can't fucking remember. Oh well. Can anybody remember who I'm on about?
Well, I do think that there is. Well, atheists have a soul. Atheism doesn't have a soul.
Right. Yeah.
So what we want to be able to do with our conversations is get them to help us to understand where they are at, and then we'll kind of know what we're up against.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I
always love the fact that they're like, hey, yes, back to atheism. I always love it. Like, the best way to approach atheism is on a case by case basis, but it's a blanket way to treat all of them. I didn't really watch X-Files, so I don't know. I saw him in shit. I remember him from shit like Where the Buffalo Roam and stuff like that.
I've seen be the biggest dividing line in a lot of atheist Christian conversations is kind of the way we know things. What we agree is evidence. So even something as historically reliable as the existence of Jesus as a itinerant preacher 2,000 years ago, there are a small group of people, but that number is growing. That's called Jesus mythicists that don't even give any kind of weight or credence to the historical data out there.
That historical data when Josephus, like nearly 100 years later, said something about him, or Tacitus, even longer than that. Yeah, that real good historical data. Do we have any physical data to back any of that up? No. And to be honest, like most atheists that say that Jesus exists, I'm willing to bet they're just granting that so they don't have to argue the existence of Jesus because they can't be bothered. Like I kind of do that. Like I don't like. I kind of think, yeah, he might. He probably did. He's probably life for Brian Jesus. Nobody gives a shit, right? Like he was just one of those strange guys in a street corner that a bunch of people cared about, and then eventually that grew, as it always does. But like, I'm just kind of granting it for the sake of argument most of the time because there's nothing to actually point to his existence. Even when Jesus talks about it, Jesus talks about him. When Josephus talks about him, he says that like there's a group of people that thought there was a man called Jesus that came back. So it's not even like that kind of like 100 years later shit is usually backed up with evidence. So when we look at Manetho, right, in like was it the fourth or sixth century BC, something like that? I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe it's second. I can't remember, but it's a lot later than it should be for talking about the Hyksos, right? But the thing about that is he talked about the Hyksos being centered in a place called Avaris and stuff like that, and we didn't find it for a bit. And then eventually we did find Avaris, and we found shit tons of corroborating physical evidence to go along with it, right? So the thing is usually with this stuff is we have something that says that a person existed, and it says that they did a thing, so we go and look for where that thing is. And then if we find the things that they say, we go, oh, it's kind of accurate. So that's why we look at people like, was it Pliny that was a fucking piece of shit? Just lied about everything? Is it Pliny? I know he was the one that also died in Vesuvius, but like there was one of them that just made up the most ridiculous things. But yeah, like we don't just believe something because it's written from a long time ago. Like, come on. Well, it's really old, so it's the truth. Except, don't worry about no Gilgamesh, no Atrahasis, no Erdogenesis, no Anuna Ailish. Man, saying that stuff in a southern accent does tickle me. Does tickle me hard. Tickles me in all the good places as well. Oh, I'm a twat.
What should we do with somebody like that that's saying, I don't even think that Jesus ever existed as a person, let alone rose from the dead or is God at all? Where would you start with some of those questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that isn't some massive movement. I mean, Richard Carrier was kind of, carrying the torch on that. He's kind of become a bit irrelevant, in the last few years. I do think that's a high price tag. I want people to understand the price tag of something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand if you're going to dismiss the existence of Jesus, if you're going to treat history in the way that you have arrived at this conclusion by deconstructing it to the point that he never existed, are you willing to do that with all history?
Mm-hmm.
If not, why not? What kind of history are you willing to trust? I mean, it doesn't shock me that we have a bunch of opinions on who Jesus was.
Yeah, because, like, you're going to do the same with all history. Yes, actually. I'm going to hold history to the same account as I do Jesus. And that is if I don't find any corroborating physical evidence, then it's less likely that he existed. Now, there's some of the context clues in the Bible and stuff like that point to a person like this possibly existing. Apparently. I'm not super moved, but when I argue and talk with the Christians, I just act like Jesus was just a crazy street preacher because it's easier most of the time. Like, I go back and forth about whether he existed. Sometimes I think he do. Sometimes I think he don't. Right now, I think he don't. Ask me in a little bit and maybe I'll know. Maybe I won't.
It's still real to me, damn it!
So, are you willing to put up with the price tag? I'll take your word on it. Aside from this video, I don't really think I've heard of him before. So, but that's me. I'm not super into like a lot of atheists, to be honest. I don't know. There's always people that go like, "Oh, I'm surprised that you don't know of this person." I'm like, all right, fair enough. I don't, yeah. But yeah, I don't really know fuck all about Richard Carrier, and I can't be asked looking him up right now because I'm only 10 minutes into this video, and I've got another one to do after that.
I mean, we can have.
Is there any particular good books of his that I should read?
Have an event take place where there is a shooting by a police officer, for example, of somebody, and you're going to have multiple opinions on that one story.
Right.
By the time the evening news hits.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be surprised that we have to do a little bit of historical investigation. But I don't think the answer is to dismiss history as reliable.
Yeah, my history is reliable, right? So it's okay because it's my history. And if you're doubting my history, then you're doubting you're doubting all of history. And you don't want to doubt all of history, do you? Because it's all of history. You're throwing away all of history because of this one bit. So, if I see that there's like been a shooting and there's police involved, usually they find things like the DNA evidence, the DNA evidence. I gotta stop saying things weird. The DNA evidence, there might be, film. There's other things than just the actual story. You can look at like the blood spatter and you can tell where the person was moving, where they were shot, when they were. There's a lot of things you can tell. There's a lot more stuff that we can actually look at. And as time progresses, those things only get better, and they're going to be used against us instead of for good. So that's cool. It's not the same when we're talking about Jesus. If we're talking about Julius Caesar, or if we're talking about Aristotle, or if we're talking about fucking King Amenhotep III, right? We have to look at radiometric dating. We look at coins that were made. We look at different writings that were left. There's lots of physical evidence that prove different things, right? But with Jesus, we have no physical evidence. None. So, when I look at religious texts with no physical evidence, I go, that's just a crazy religious text. Like, there's a lot of them, and they're not just Christian.
I think that becomes very problematic.
So there is kind of the main thing that you and I would turn to kind of
Discord.
evidence the life and death and resurrection of Jesus would be the scriptures.
By the way,
you often
join my Discord that I occasionally use. Help me make it better and make me use it more. Because, I'm not good at the social medias. Anybody who's seen, any of my social medias will tell you, not great. So,
the dismissal of, well, that's just
I'm an old boy and I don't understand young boy things.
Testimonial evidence. So how would we deal with some of those kind of claims? We're talking to somebody that's like, yeah, but that's just stories that were written down many years after the fact. So how can any of them be reliable? We don't even know if Matthew, Mark, and Luke were the ones that actually wrote those things.
I mean, considering the fact that the earliest manuscripts of Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John, I said that weird. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John actually don't really have authorships. The only thing that we know is that John was actually written by a man called John. We don't know which one because it doesn't say. So the idea that we have any idea who actually wrote these books is silly, and it only takes a bit of study. But that's just doubting the historicity of things, and you don't understand history, and you're just throwing out the baby of the bathwater on history. You don't want to be doing that.
How would we address some of that? Because, and I'm asking that specifically because I think we could get people fairly easily to the existence of God, some kind of higher power, some sort of being, something beyond nature. And I think that would be something that we can discuss a little bit more. But I think that idea of historical, like revolving around Jesus, is probably where a lot of people are going to really dismiss sort of the evidence.
Yeah, you know, because there's lots of evidence, isn't it? There's lots of evidence.
Hey, people got along just fine for thousands of years without AA, just like they got along for thousands of years without religion.
I like you and have no reason not to.
I like you and have no reason not to.
Hey, did you hear about that magic baby that was born in Bethlehem?
See? It states it, so it's a historical fact, right? We don't need any corroborating evidence whatsoever. It doesn't matter how long after it was written, right? It doesn't matter how many generations of people after it was written. It was written well after, and hey, it's okay, right? Because it states that's the way it happened, so it is gospel. True. I mean, we recently found out how it worked, so we get better concrete now. That's cool. Yeah, that's self-healing concrete.
Well, it's interesting. So I think we would have the cart before the horse a little bit. My approach, apologetically. Now, we're talking about how are we going to help an atheist, right? But we're a little bit on the defensive, right? Like, well, how are we going to deal with the questions they ask us?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. How dare they put us on the defensive? We're defensive boys. You can't put us on the defensive. God is there, right? God is always there. You should just feel him. How dare you doubt anything and put us on the defensive? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
So which way do we want to go here? So I would say if it's me talking to an atheist, like I said, I'm going to find out where they are.
Yep.
And then I'm going to begin to address things. And typically,
you love how this is like a 25-minute video, and basically the entire time, all they've said is God solves mental health issues, and really you've got to approach the atheist with where they are, because there's lots of different versions of them. So really, just find out what they believe and then go from there. Like, what? I mean, yeah, but like, come on, like, you gotta give some counter shit soon. Like, this is not. Oh, come on, we're like halfway through, and you've not really given any examples of how you can counter things.
If they start putting me on the defensive about Jesus, I'm ready to talk about that. But I'm not in a hurry to talk about Jesus. Now that could sound sacrilegious to some. That's because we have a problem here. An atheist doesn't even believe in God.
Yeah.
And so I want to be able to talk about arguments for the existence of God. So I'm going to talk about some of these classical arguments, like why do I think God exists to begin with at all?
Right.
And so therefore I'm going to talk about the moral argument.
Yeah. You can't get your morals from anyone but the Bible, of course, because the Bible is just chock full of morals. You know, war wives, how to buy slaves from outside the country, how to sell your daughters into slavery. You know, if you say that you're going to sacrifice the first thing that comes out of your door, you should definitely sacrifice your daughter at least. At least she got let to go mourn her death for a month first. I mean, that's just an early thinking. But you can't have morals without God. We didn't form in like small social groups and fuck everyone in the group. Because we weren't like, bonobos in any way. It's not like we were an offshoot of bonobos and chimps from a species that we all branched off from. No, not at all. And we didn't all fuck like mad, and we didn't all work in very small groups. So we didn't, have ways that we would have to, I don't know, treat each other to like, keep a social cohesion. So like when you have when you look at like, what are they baboons? When you a rumpus of baboons, that's the collective for baboon is a rumpus, and I think that's the best collective. I was partial to a murder of crows, but who doesn't like saying a rumpus of balloons, a rumpus of baboons? um, um, but yeah, and they get up in the morning, and the first thing they do is pick fleas off each other's back, as they're building social cohesion with each other. You know what I mean? And they make guttural noises like they're talking to each other. Like it's just like when Sally and Pam, they go down to the hairdressers and they go, "Oh, you Sally, my Jimmy came home last night and he bought me a nice set of flowers." And the Pam goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. It's amazing." It's the same shit because we're apes like them, right? So we have certain social cohesion rules, which means that we feel like there's some kind of solid morality in everything because in some fundamental way for us there is, because I believe it's an epigenetic level, right? Certain behaviors are learned and remembered. They are called instincts. And then we get a baby, we get this little undeformed human because women's vaginal cavities can't grow big enough, because of evolutionary reasons I'm not going to go into. So they get underdeveloped, right? And they come out feral. And then we teach them to be human in school. And like interacting with people and the parents. Why, mommy? Why? Why can, and the things, right? We teach them to be humans because they are feral. We take the things that they instinctually feel like they have to do and we turn it against them. So we go, "Hey, little Timmy and little Pammy, you see, you shouldn't want to do the bumping uglies because it's against God. God says it's evil. I know that you feel in your loins that it's that age and you really have to, but God says fuck you." You know what I mean? Because it's about taming your inner bestial nature because we are apes and they don't like it. We're supposed to be special because we live in buildings and have electricity. And once upon a time we had swords and, knights and kings and chivalry. So we're different, right? We're different. We weren't just monkeys and chimps on a fucking horse. We're a different, special thing. We're different from them. You see those beasts out there in nature? We're nothing like them. Like when they used to see like the indigenous peoples and they'd go, "Look at the savages. Look at the fucking savages. You fuck them." Oh, no, sorry. They'd be European. "Oh, look at the bloody savages. They're everywhere. Oh, just get rid of them. Get rid of that. Get that. I can have a nice plantation now." That sort of shit. Like, all because God makes you feel special. Yes. Yes, they did expect the Spanish Inquisition. They were given 28 days to gather evidence. I've watched QI and other things. What? Oh, what? No, come on. What? European settlers? No, they no, 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 nah, pish, pish, pish. Humans aren't like that in the slightest. Why would you think such things? Why would you think that humanity would think that we're better than everything else? People got somewhat smart, learned how to make mud huts, and went, "We rule it all. Do you see how the wolves no longer hunt us and instead hunt for us?" But it would be back in like, Cro-Magnon Neanderthal speech, go, "Ugh, ugh, ugh, ooga, ooga," and various other stereotypical Neanderthal words, sounds, guttural noises, and such. Right. Tangent achieved.
I'll talk about fine-tuning. I'll talk about the cosmological argument that, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
Yep.
But it has to be my God, you see, because, all of these arguments totally points to his God, right? Because these people say it all the time, right? Like one Mr. Braxton Hunter said, "Oh, it's not a secret at all." So when people like this are saying, "Hey, I show that God's real," because hey, we heard this argument and this argument and this argument, because God's real. Because I don't want to touch Jesus. They don't care about Jesus, and we prove that God's real. Like, fuck off.
And I think by getting into that, if we can talk now, okay.
I mean, I did pass comment at the not Bobby Conway, the other guy. I don't know. I can't remember his name. Sorry, about how he looks like a roadie from every band from 2002 to like 2009, and like, maybe life didn't work out for him on the road. So God's the only way forward, because Surfer Metal Bro didn't really make it in the band or whatever. Because either that or he's a session guitarist. The guy you get in, he's like the guy in Linkin Park who wears the headphones, but like not in an artistic, I don't want to be in the band sort of way. In the like fucking he's just generic guitarist B guy. You hire him for an hour and he comes in and he goes wiggle dee woo in a very generic manner and you go thank you, and then you send his session ass out the door. Something like that.
Well, God exists. Has God revealed himself?
Yeah.
And if God has revealed himself, who might that be? And that's where I would say now we're ready to maybe start talking about Jesus. I think that God has revealed himself in the person of Jesus. Now,
he revealed himself in Jesus, but he didn't reveal himself in Moses. He didn't reveal himself in David. He didn't reveal himself in any of the other people. It's only Jesus, because the Old Testament doesn't mean shit until they want to use it against you, because it's not really part of their book and they don't really give a shit about it. Because, like, who really gives a shit about Genesis? These stupid fundamentalists going around thinking the Bible's word for word the word of God? How silly. What? Why is that silly? We're supposed to go, oh, right. I know that the book yourself says, hey, trust not in your own understanding, trust in the Lord's, meaning the book is inerrant. Believe what the fucking book says, motherfucker. Right? Also, you yourself are not a trustworthy person, so the God has to tell you what to do and only follow what he says. But the thing is all these people think that God's telling them to do different things. Someone's got to be lying. Why shouldn't I believe it's all of them? It's silly. These people all go around saying that they all know exactly how everybody's going to think and how everybody's going to react because God's told them a certain way to do things. But it doesn't matter that God's told the other person to do things in a different way. And then they meet up and talk about it and say, God told me this, and the other person says, God told me that. And both think the other person's a lying sack of shit because they think that God told them instead of the other person. But they have to be like, no, we're both God-fearing people, right? So we're not lying. We're both good. It's not silly in the slightest. We're not supposed to go, wow, this whole thing is extremely disingenuous. It's like when two salesmen are gonna make a big money deal, and the both sat down and they know that the other person's trying to fuck the other person over. That's all this Christian shit is. It's just trying to trap people in any way they possibly can because God has told them better than the other person. Because God tells everyone different things, or they're all lying. Which one is it?
They're going to struggle with maybe the Gospels, and they're going to be leveraging, like Muslims would, Bart Ehrman's works.
Yeah.
But I would say,
I know that man who can read ancient Greek and Aramaic, who has worked in the field and wrote textbooks for decades. that man, why would anyone want to listen to him? He's an atheist. All of his work is moot. Everything he said is completely wrong unless I agree with it. Every single word, unless I agree with it, is wrong. So why would you ever want to believe that man who's esteemed in his field? Why would you want to do that? Because I very much doubt that Bobby Conway can read Aramaic and ancient Greek, because I can't. So I rely on people like Bart Ehrman to do it for me, because I have not got the money to go to university and college and do such things. So, like, fuck off.
As it relates to the story of Christianity, that makes it so compelling is the fact that it got off the ground.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't matter, you see. All those things that came beforehand, they were mainly prophesying the coming of the Lord Jesus. That's what all those similarities are. They didn't take them from Greek things, and fucking they didn't take them from fucking, Gilgamesh, and they didn't take it from the Eridu Genesis of the Sumerian king list. They didn't take it from and the Enuma Elish, They didn't take it from any of the things that any of the Enki stories, nothing. None of them. Not a thing is taken from anything from Mesopotamia, anything from Egypt, anything from Greece, anything from any area like Canaan or whatever. No place. They're all just talking about those. Because that's the easiest explanation, right? Is that they were all prophesying the thing I believe in, instead of this thing that happened 3,000 years ago. Definitely was on my side, instead of a bunch of goat herders copying everyone else around them, because they were a bunch of goat herders in, like, what, the fucking 1300s BCE. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to remember that, yes, we do just kind of share stories, but this story got off the ground.
Yeah.
And it got off the ground through some very unlikely people.
All right, you see? The fact that Marduk was praised throughout all of Babylon, which was one of the earliest empires, means nothing. You see, it faded away. Jesus took off in a different way, though. And because it took off in a different way, well, that means it's true. The proof is in the pudding, you see. It grew because it was true. People never quickly come to believe something that's false. Never. Don't look at the 1999 into 2000. Oh my god, it's the second millennium. All the computers are going to die panic, or the Hale-Bopp panic, or the 2012 panic, or the world is flat, or any anti-vaxxer thing, or all these other bullshit things that are complete lies that I don't know. Loads of people came to believe very quickly. Does that make it true as well? No, it happened for mine, so it's special. Because they need to feel special and singled out for whatever they think and believe, because, of course, well, they're them and they're special. That's why the end times is always coming when they're alive, because they don't want to die in the normal ways. They don't want the cancers. They don't want the fucking, the Alzheimer's, or, like, any of the myriad of long degenerative ways that you could die or burn to death or drown or any of those things. They want to be raptured instantly. And, of course, they're alive now, you see. And they're super special because look at, what do I'm of course I'm super special. I'm me. So, duh, it's going to happen during my lifetime because I've been pious enough. So God is going to rapture us now because it's sometime around the year 2000. So it's because, like, that's one thing they don't talk about. I remember the year 2000, and I remember being part of Baptist Church during the year 2000. And a lot of people thought the rapture was definitely going to be in the 2000. Because, the year 2000 was going to happen, and Jesus was going to come back because it's been 2K years. It's been a nice round number, and he didn't come back at 1,000. It was definitely, he didn't forgot to carry the one. It was 2,000. So, but yeah, butt ugh indeed.
Paul the Apostle was Saul. He was walking with a letter to go and arrest Christians. Think about this. And something transformed him. And he would go on and write half of the New Testament. It's incredible.
It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful stuff. Why don't you believe with such proof as strong as...
Hey, Scotty.
Jesus,
man.
Don't you believe? Why aren't you believing already?
If somewhere within the Bible, I would have found a
Yes.
passage that said 2 + 2 = 5.
Wow.
I wouldn't question
See?
what I'm reading in the Bible.
This is why you
I
should
would
believe
it, accept it as true,
if this man
and then do my
believes
best to
this
work it out and to understand it.
Believes such an idiotic thing, then why don't you believe? Because he believes it. He believes it, and like he believes it so strong that he said a thing, right? So it must be true. Because he said a thing. Did you see the guy who said a thing? The guy said a thing. See? Wow. Special. I'm sorry. I'm touched. I'm moved. I'm very touched. I'm moved. I'm touched. I'm moved. You know, thoughts and prayers.
Through that experience that he had writing 13 letters. Not only that, you think about the disciples. They could hardly follow Jesus. But after his resurrection, they would be willing to suffer. Some would even be willing to die a martyr's death.
Oh, yeah, because that's what happened, right? They suffered a martyr's death, you see? Like, do you know what? I'm going to see if I can find it. I mean, I can find it. I'm just going to see if I can upload this quickly. Because I have a thing for all this. Oh, come on. Is it not the right thing? It's not the right thing. Give me a second. If I can at least put it on, I can at least put it on the screen. I just can't do it this way. I'll have to change the because like this EveMux only accepts MP4s. It must not be an MP4, but I can put it on my VLC. But my computer's being slow because I'm streaming. I'm streaming Christians saying dumb things. I do. I think this guy is either A, lying, B, he's a complete moron, or C, both. I think I'm inclined to think C. Yeah, but like, isn't that kind of the whole point? Like, that you gotta, that's why you become insular? Because, like, if you don't become insular, then people can think other things and, people have bad thoughts. So you have to look at very strict sources because you don't want to have those bad thoughts that maybe actually things aren't the way that everyone has been saying they are. So you've got to look at the stories that bolster your opinion. And like you start when somebody like say, I don't know, a family member, a child, I don't know, a friend, whatever, says, I'm having doubts. And people then shun them and like ostracize them. You're not thinking like me, man. So just put this on. I don't need to play it. So here we go. So what we have here is how we get the martyrdoms of all these people. So we got the martyrdom of St. Peter, which is a Gnostic text. St. Andrew, Gnostic text. Like all these things are made from like Gnostic texts and not proto-Orthodox Christianity. It's not the Christian. All these texts come from the kinds of offshoots of Christianity that have nothing to do with what it is now. And these people would say every other page from every other part of these things is like heretical and just the most evil bullshit, right? But the martyrdoms, though, the martyrdoms are the right, but the rest of them, Jesus, definitely not. You know what I mean? Because they care more about picking and choosing things that make them look good and better. Do you know what I mean? I should, so you can see the bottom though. St. Judas he ties in two different ways right there. At the bottom though. I was pointing at it like with the mouse, like you could see it. But I need to remake that so I can bring that up. with ease in future, because there are a lot of people say shit like that, and I hate it. I hate it because they don't understand the books they're talking about. They're just trying to use whatever they think makes them the point better. Do you know what I mean? And they don't realize that just read the fucking things, and you can see how disingenuous these fucks are being.
And so I think that the resurrection is the place.
He said erection.
That I just go. For me, it folds back into the resurrection. If Jesus rose from the grave, then he really did die. And if Jesus really did die, then he really did live. And when he really did live, he validated the Old Testament, and he said he was going to be rejected, die, be buried, rise again, and the Comforter was going to be sent.
Oh, we're going to talk about I'm going to talk about proof of the resurrection. I want to talk about actual proof of the resurrection.
The games commence. Ta-ta-ta.
Well, so all of my doubts, all of my questions, that's where I begin to take an atheist to. So Gary Habermas had a debate with one of the most famous philosophers of the 20th century, Anthony Flew.
Anthony Flew!
Yep. And Flew was a well-known atheist, and he ended up becoming something of a deist, so to speak.
Yep.
But I'm using him for proof for me. He doesn't accept the risen Jesus. But, Gary Habermas turned him into a deist. So that's like half a win, right?
And he began to be convinced with the fine-tuning argument. Now, what's interesting is who was Flew up against in his debates and friendship? Well, one of the greatest experts on the resurrection.
Right.
Which isn't what brought him into the idea of deism, which you've just stated. Like, seriously, you dumb fuck. What? So, the fine-tuning argument made him a deist. Gary Habermas is really good on the resurrection. I don't see how those two things comport. Like, come on. Man, they'll ignore anything that's inconvenient and accept anything that isn't. Like, that's why I can't stand these fucks and the stupid philosophical arguments. Because if they had any fucking proof, they wouldn't need philosophical fucking arguments. Yeah, but they don't give a shit. They're going to treat it like it's definitely the way to live. Because, God came to a select selection of goat herders and let all the other faiths run rampant because God works in mysterious ways. So don't think about it. And, come on. Anthony Flew's a deist, so just whatever. Jesus rose from the dead. I don't have to give any proof.
You can throw N.T. Wright in there in the world.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, he could never come to that place. But guess what? I think that Habermas was right in challenging him to think about the resurrection. And
he didn't win. He lost. Anthony Flew looked at it and went, nah. And you're like, do you know what? The strength of the resurrection is the proof, and it's the only proof we need. And if it's the only proof we need, well then, obviously, then Anthony Flew should be a fucking... He's a Christian, right? He's a Christian because of the obviousness of, Jesus' resurrection, because he talked to people like N.T. Wright and Gary Habermas, who was his friend, apparently, and, he didn't come to that place. He didn't really... He saw the fine-tuning argument, he stopped, but you see, the proof of the resurrection... These people it's just a brick wall because they don't care. They don't care if they're correct. They don't care about much, except that everybody comport to what they are and how they think and what they do. If you don't, they'll persecute you. Come on. That's all. They only ask one little thing, that you just bend to their every whim. And even if they're not there, you still follow it because that's sin, and you have to be afraid of sin because you have to be afraid of it when you're not the big. You see, when the Christians aren't around, they got to make you afraid because you don't. They got to make sure that you're punishing yourself when they're not there, because they're not looking over you, telling you what's right and wrong, and they're not chastising you. They're not telling you to do Hail Marys and all the things. So you got to be afraid of sin. You don't want to sin before God, right? Don't worry. You don't, because God knows. God knows everything. It's like when they train you as a child with Santa Claus. Like, come on. They literally train you with Santa Claus and go, hey, he's watching you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. Be good for goodness sake. So you get a nice little shiny toy, at the end of the year, because you've been a good boy or girl or in between. Because Jesus, Santa, he gives you a nice little toy. You see how Santa's like this old fat guy with a nice big white beard? Nice big white beard. Yeah. He lives up in the North Pole where it's white and snowy, like the white clouds of God, you see? And then, he gives you a piece of coal, if you're bad. Even though at the time, a piece of coal would still keep you warm. It's not worth very much, but it's not like the fires of hell, is it? It's not like burning things at all, is it? It's not. Like the whole Santa Claus enterprise was made to brainwash children into believing Jesus. But hey, who gives a shit about stuff like that, right?
And he never came around on that. So if we could talk to atheists and be equipped on some of the arguments for the existence of God,
okay,
and be solid on the resurrection,
yep,
I think that could be a great place for us for conversation. Now they're going to...
Yeah, I know the one example I used says that actually that's not successful in the slightest. But it is actually very successful because I want it to be.
We're going to bring up the problem of evil. And here's something I like to say. Okay. So you bring up the problem of evil. And you struggle with believing in God because you think that he would intervene and he wouldn't allow so much suffering. Well, let's say I walk out of Christianity and assume atheism. Okay, well, now I've got an explanation for why there's so much suffering. That's just, makes sense on naturalism, evolution, natural selection. But I have another problem that I've just adopted that I can't really...
No, because you see, the thing is natural selection doesn't say that, you have to, suffering is just, the fly, working its way into a child's eye and all the things that get said. But also, just people just fucking just keeping people down, making people live horrific lives so they can feel better about themselves. That kind of evil exists as well, right? But the good old Christian boys, so they don't think that anybody like them would be anything like that. Come on.
Really find good tension or good resolve with.
Yeah.
And that is, what about ultimate justice? So Pol Pot, Mussolini, all these people, they just get away from it. So now let's come and put our Christian hat back on. Oh. Okay, well, with Christianity, we do have ultimate justice. And
yeah, ultimate justice for saying, hey, when I look at the world, there's lots of major religions, and all your claims are as bad as the others, so I see no reason that I should believe yours because I was born in a time and a place where that is the predominant religion. Yeah. Do you know what? We've had a little story, and do you know what they do? More than you would ever know. Ever know. I need a coffee. What was I saying? I can't remember.
We have ultimate promise of being...
Oh yeah, and so if your God's real, I get to burn in hell forever, because as a devout believer in him for 13 years, I was never spoken to. I felt really alone and empty because of it, because he spoke to everyone else. And because of believing in science a little bit and chucked out of loads of churches and got told that I was a demon child and had to go through baptisms and all this shit. And God still never intervened or helped or talked or said hello. Or, when I was on the beach and I looked back and I saw two sets of footprints, I looked over. And I wondered why there was two sets of footprints, because Jesus was not there, so he did not carry me. And it did go back and forth between one, and it scared me because there was no one else there. You see? So I should burn in hell forever because, as I was told, I can't remember if it was Kelvy or someone else, someone, a Christian I was speaking to the other day, I was told, well, you see, it isn't a finite crime, you see. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me make some mac and cheese. It's fucking Brett Keane. How's Dorn doing? I remember Brett Keane from back in the day. One if by land, two if by sea, three is for the manatee. Oh, that's cool. Do you know what I do? I do, Brett, but not today. Not today. I've already been streaming for two hours. You know all, do you, Brett? Fair enough. Cool beans. I'm just gonna go. I need a coffee. I need a coffee. Gotta go make a French vanilla situation. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, to us. I know it's fucking Brett Keane. Braxton Hunter made a video about me, and I'm more starstruck by Brett Keane. That's something. That's something, Brett. Oh, I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'm gonna consider things. One if by land, two if by sea, three is for the manatee. Oh, can we get G-Man as well? And then we could really make it out like it's like 2015 again. You know? Atheist own. And you know what? Just because Brett came by, it's not making fun of Brett, but
hey, Scotty.
Jesus, man. I feel young again. Oh, that's tickled me pink. Well, slap my ass and call me Sally. I need to finish making my French vanilla situation. I might do, Brett. I might do. Oh, that's cool. One if by land, two if by sea, three is for the manatee. One if by land, two if by sea. Oh, should I get Brett Keane's song? So we were all talking about goth music before. Brett Keane made a goth song back in the day. Yes. Rind of Mao Zedong. To be fair, Mr. Keen, I won't be as mean as they will be if I come on. It's just tickling me because of nostalgia. Oh. Yeah, Mr. Keen's got a history. Goddamn atheists attacked me. Said my children are war-headed idiots. Oh man, those are good days. I mean, they were really terrible days. But also, I was younger, so nostalgia. Anyway, I'm gonna carry on with this.
Being able to deal with our suffering.
Yeah.
The problem that the atheist has is, why won't God intervene with the suffering right now?
Right now, yeah.
And we have to trust that God could have a good purpose for suffering and the evil that we experience that we don't understand. See, when I consider that, that's the kind of conversation point. Okay, I'll walk away from Christianity.
Because, it's because, like, was he talking about the problem of evil? Sorry, I was doing something else. And my computer's just fucked up a bit. Let me put it back 50 seconds.
Why won't God intervene with the suffering right now?
Right now.
Oh, yeah, that's it. It's always this bullshit. It's like, anytime the questions get hard for these fucks, right? The first thing they have in rebuttal to anything is, well, God works in mysterious ways, yo. Real mysterious ways. And as we don't have to know it, but whatever it is, God made it better. So we don't really have to care. Whatever. Your point is moot because our God's so mystical that we can't understand it. So if you find anything wrong with him in any way, all we have to do is say, God works in mysterious ways. Nah. Like, you know what I mean? Because they don't really give a shit about being correct. All they give a shit about is you not having a way to be correct, right? Because it's all word games and obfuscation, because they don't give a shit about being correct. Because if they had anything to give a shit about being correct about, they would wave it around like a fucking, like it was, I don't know, a trophy of Christ on a cross suffering, instead of like Christ giving out some fishes. I'll come back when he's bringing fishes, man. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we have to trust that God could have a good purpose for suffering and the evil that we experience that we don't understand. But see, when I consider that, that's the kind of conversation point. Okay, I'll walk away from Christianity, but now I've got a problem with justice. You don't want to come into Christianity because you have a problem with suffering, but I've got an answer for justice. And I've got an answer for suffering, ultimately.
Well, I think one of the things that I do want to point out with what you're doing and kind of give it some legs a little bit more is oftentimes the atheists going to want to say, well, you have to convince me, right? So they're
well, yeah, considering that you're the theist, right? And I don't know, I'm the atheist, and I don't believe in your God, and you already believe in your God, then yes, you have to convince me. Duh! Like, you're talking about how to talk to atheists going, man, they want us to convince them. And it's like, yes, you fucking moron, because we don't believe you. So convince me. Like, fuck off. These fucks are the ones that go around proselytizing all the fucking time, going on, oh, come on, believe in my shit, man. Right? While they're going, hey, why are you asking me why I should give you the proof? Like, fuck off. This is not how you talk to atheists. Do you know how? Dude, yes. Yes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I was squealing with glee. I sent the missus a message, and you know she'll understand my enjoyment. I'm happy that someone else was here to. I was saying Braxton Hunter talked, you know, is emailing me today. We had a little back and forth, and you know Brett Keane just showing up in the chat for 5 fucking seconds. That is, oh my god, he's like one of the original YouTube atheists. And then he converted because they gave him more money. I remember. I was going to play his music, but then he invited me on his channel, so I decided to consider it, so I didn't. Because, like, oh my god, Brett Keane, oh my god. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea, 3 is for the man of tea. Oh, I feel young again. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of his old atheist stuff. Do you know, he kept on deleting all of his channels, so I always wanted to see if he did stuff like where he debunked himself. That'd be really interesting. Like just watching Brett Keane debunk himself from back in the day. Oh yeah, but he converted for the grift, you see? He needed the money, and he prayed, and he asked a bunch of atheists, and the atheists didn't give him enough money. And, you know, the Christians did give him more money, so that was cool. His politics were crap. They might be. I don't fucking... I only remember him from, like, being on Drunken Peasants and shit. You know what I mean? That's why the manatee thing amuses me. Man, if G-Man came on now, I'd die. I'd be like, no, I can't handle this. This is too much. Wow.
Looking, they're kind of shifting that burden of proof. And in some sense, what you just did, the way you described that is you're saying, look, we both have this problem, and kind of to get them to a...
Yeah, that Sci-10 song about him was funny as fuck. It's a shame Sci-10 turned into a weirdo, like, conspiracy theorist about vaccines and shit like that. And yeah, he went weird. He either went weird or somebody nicked his Twitter and went weird for him. But yeah, because some of his old music videos were shit. Were the shit. His Brett Keane one was amazing. I can't even... How was the... I can't remember the fucking tune. What was the tune to? That was good, that one. The fucking Vigilant Christian one was amazing. I'm in my state of misery. Wow, fuck. I used to know the lyrics to that song. The 2 G-Man ones were amazing. Oh, right. Sorry, I was making a brew. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, they really were. I got into him. It's one of the, like, I fell into all that shit for a bit. I wasn't full on drinking the Kool-Aid. I got out of it pretty early, to be fair. I thought Gamergate was dog shit. And then I thought, you know, people had become a little too unsufferable. But then, like, people are going, I'm left wing, but by the way, you should get rid of all your health things and worker rights and all this shit. And I'm like, I don't really think you're left wing anymore. Like, what? I remember Sargon of Akkad very specifically had a very weird drunken evening with Milo Yiannopoulos, and they did a little stream, and, you know, Sargon was suddenly very far right. Because I used to watch him like go on like far right channels and argue against all the far right shit, like hardcore. And then all of a sudden, after seeing Milo Yiannopoulos, he was a little far right fanboy because he was gushing because Milo introduced him to people to give him lots of money. and it happened to a bunch of people at that time. And a couple of the people that happened to, one of the reasons that I came out of all that, people like Chris Ray Gun and Jeff Holiday, also got offered very similar things and said no because they weren't right wing. They were like, no, I just thought these people were being a little too annoying, and it appears that I've got sucked into something that is not what I am. So they stopped. Both of them. Now, Jeff Holiday mainly fucking talks about pseudoscience stuff because that's what he did before the anti-SJW things, especially like about jelly juice and shit. That woman is insane. I really need to start finding a decent source of like fucked up videos of weird pseudosciencey stuff. And then Chris Ray Gun now just talks about PlayStation stuff and like has a podcast with his two mates where they just talk bollocks for 3 hours. Like, because they went, no, it wasn't what they wanted. And it turned out that some of the things that those people were getting asked about, including Chris Ray Gun, was Tenet Media. Yeah. Yeah. That was one of the things that also kept me like from turning astray. Because I was going down that little men matter too pipeline a little bit because I was fucking I've had a hard life. So I was going, yeah, man, what about me? But like things like, oh wait, maybe the NHS should be a thing, and like maybe worker rights should be a thing, and like maybe all this stupid gender bullshit is just stupid bullshit. Oh yeah, yeah it is. It's just stupid online bullshit. Oh look, this is all just high school clicky bullshit. All right, yeah, I should remember the things that I used to do when I was trying to be, part of the counterculture. Maybe that's all we should continue to do. Oh yes, yes, I remember me now. It took a couple of years, but that's the thing. I remember like listening to fucking, like there was cause it was like TJ and like Amazing Atheist and Paul's Ego and shit like that, and then like it's like, oh, it's just anti things, man, because Carlin, and then I don't know. I didn't realize till a bit later. It's just like, no, you're just anti everything because you're a pair of cunts. You're a pair of miserable cunts, and you're just anti everything because, man, fuck it, man. Man, it's all just pointless, man, bro. It's like, oh, right. No, I'm not. I'm a nihilist, but I'm not that nihilistic. Because, like, yes, everything is inherently pointless, but that doesn't mean that everything's pointless. People give things worth, and just acting like everything doesn't have worth means that it doesn't have worth. And it's exactly what's happened with Trump and people like, recruiting all these fucking like pseudosciencey people and conspiracy theorists. It's about the erosion of trust in systems and protocols and laws and governments and stuff. So the big I'm on your side authoritarian, Donald Trump on your side authoritarian. God damn it. Like that's how they get you. Because if you make somebody miserable and you have someone to point it at, well, then it's their fault. So if we work to do it, then it solves all the problems. They forget that in the meantime, the problems keep on getting worse and the same people are always in fucking power. Nothing changes. And they're like, I don't know why nothing changes. Man, these right wing authoritarians keep on like trying to spy on us and fucking get rid of everyone, make everything illegal. I don't know why everything in life keeps on getting harder when they keep on making laws for the rich easier and harder for you. I don't know why when they get rid of customer protections and like get rid of like entire organizations that like protect people from credit theft and fucking shit like that. That oh no, they're totally on our side. But people keep on going, but they said I love God in my country. I very much agree. Oh, that's not the thing though. There we go.
agree to some of that and say which worldview best explains this thing that we're both looking at, whether what worldview best explains our feeling of wrongness of something, what worldview best explains the laws of logic or the existence of the universe in the first place.
But the problem is thinking that something best explains something depends on what you already think and the power of the orator. It doesn't, and neither of them give a shit about what things actually are. Because we're not talking about proof here. We're talking about, well, we just look at things a different way.
Guilt or all those things. What best explains the rise of Christianity, as you mentioned before, with, man, we have this giant movement. What best explains that?
Yeah, because no other religion has a boom. None.
So instead of them just sitting back and playing the uber skeptic, if you will, and just saying, well, I mean, it could have been this or it could have been that, to try to get them to a place where they agree to kind of look at it together, right?
Because every fucking time with these people, they've got to say, hey, man, just fucking give us all the space. Because, like, why aren't you looking at things my way? Stop looking at things your way and look at things my way. I don't have to look at things your way. Stop it. I'm religious already and you can't change my mind. So I'm not going to look at things your way. I might pretend to, but I'm totally not going to. Like, I don't understand how we're not supposed to watch things like this and not see all of this as disingenuous as fuck. How are we're supposed to look at this and go, do you know what? This is just so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And, oh my God, they're telling the truth. Look at everything they say. How could I not, believe what they're saying? Because it's them. They're talking in the Christians, and Christians are trustworthy, right? Like, it's the same shit.
Add some legs to that for me, if you will.
Expound on what you're asking me.
Yeah, just why we need to be able to understand, look at our world together, and then come to the best explanation.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So I think that is important, Tim, and I think it's exactly the conversation that I like to have with atheists.
Yeah.
Let's just take one thing, like morality. What best explains morality?
Right.
It doesn't matter what best explains it. One side has said they've had the same answer but uses different morals through every age of human beings that has been since they've existed, and reacted to different parts of the Bible in different ways and treat it like it's all one solid morality. Or the other side that says actually morality comes from the societal feeling of working together and the give and take that you have to take with living around people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be social creatures. It's much more complicated than that, and I explained it before. Go watch that.
What best explains, reality, just in general?
Like and subscribe. Do the things.
Yeah, the existence of anything.
Reality, it's steady state theory. It's always existed. It popped into existence out of nothing. It's an illusion, or we're created.
Yeah.
Or it's a cyclic universe, or the universe is actually a different entity and a different thing than we think it is, and we have no idea of what it actually is, and it could be completely different than all of those things because we don't have a great concept of what everything is, and we accept that, and they go, see, that's a weakness. You shouldn't be like them. They change their minds when new information is presented in a credible way, and they get really angry. Is that what it is? It's not that we can accept new information, it's that we don't accept their information. And it's like, motherfucker, this isn't new information. It's not like what? There's only one time you can hear the cosmological argument for the first time, right? Aside from that, every other time you go, what? This again? Really? Oh no, it's the watchmaker argument again. Really? Oh no, look, the universe has order. Oh my God. Look, it's the ontological God argument again, right? And we don't accept it. It doesn't matter if we brand it in a new and 21st century way for evangelicals of a new century. Like, it's the same shit. I'm not impressed. It didn't impress me back then. I don't get older and get more impressed. Or am I supposed to get older and get more afraid of death? So then I'm more afraid to be impressed by it. I'll be more impressed by it because actually I'm afraid. Like, I don't give a shit. Your arguments don't impress me. Bring in something new. Otherwise, next.
And I mean, we don't live like this is an illusion,
right?
So that doesn't really, help. Things don't pop into existence out of nothing.
Yeah.
As it's been famously said many times before, out of nothing, nothing comes.
Yeah, nothing comes.
Steady state theory has been refuted with second law of thermodynamics,
Yep.
the expansion of the universe, and things like that. So I think the story fits better the overall narrative that we're looking to make sense of in this world.
Do you know what, Mr. BS? You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. It is. Yep. I am believed. Hosanna.
The deal. A lot of times people have a problem with Christianity because they have a problem with a God who's going to judge their sex life.
Right.
I think the story fits better the overall narrative that we're looking to make sense of in this world. See, here's the deal. A lot of times people have a problem with Christianity because they have a problem with a God who's going to judge their sex life.
Oh, damn. See, you're pulling out the good old favorites. They just want to sin. Oh. They just want to sin, so God isn't real. Right? I just want to sin because, that's all us atheists do. We sit around, we eat babies. We pray to Baphomet and we go, "Oh Lord Baphomet, please come and grant my wishes." And they always get granted. It happens every day. And, one wish per baby. And, it takes a lot of babies for a lot of wishes. A lot of wishes. A lot of babies. Because you just want to sin. There's no other reason. We just don't look at your arguments and go, "Well, that's really fucking dumb, isn't it? How does this not point to any other God?" Well, Jesus is okay. But Jesus, you got no proof for Jesus. Got no proof for Jesus. We have a Bible that says Jesus existed, and we have 2 Roman sources 100 years later saying, "Well, Jesus maybe existed, maybe." Like, fuck off. Well, if you can give me the timestamp, I'll just start it all back again. And I'll ask Brett Keane to come back into the chat, and we'll run it from the top, okay? Just give me that timestamp, and we'll see what we could get rolling. But it's good. I'm glad you're back. Wow. Wise words, sir. Wise words.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
But listen, there's things with Christianity in the story that's hard for me to relate to, Tim. When I look back and think, okay, there's some bizarre things going on in the culture, but I don't want to have chronological snobbery just because I'm far removed.
Well, you fucking should. You see, because it's not just about, "Oh, well, they were goat herders and they lived differently." You see, I already drank half of this brew. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. My French vanilla situation. So, what was I saying? Oh my god, I need to stop making Brett Keane jokes because it's making my head forget about the thing I was actually talking about.
Bizarre things going on in the culture.
Oh, yeah. You see, the thing is I don't give a shit how old your rules are. If your God is forever, and his moral law is forever and absolute, then that includes then and now. Does it not? Does it not include then and now? Does it not? So it's not very absolute then, is it? It's not very, forever, is it? It's very, I don't know, what's the word? Subjective. Because we live in a different time in a different place. You got to believe in absolute morality, but I can't have time snobbery because, like, fuck off.
But I don't want to have chronological snobbery just because I'm far removed. I think that people think there's bizarre things.
Oh, totally. So I was homeless for a few years because my Christian mother is a cunt. What was I saying? So, and I lived in the Salvation Army, right? And they used to fucking come in and search your rooms when you weren't there. And like even used to kick you out once a week. We're cleaning the room, and it wasn't searching for anything at all. And that includes ungodly material. So I used to leave things in places because they said that they don't do it, and you should report it when they do. So I used to leave like notes in places. Go, hey, you fucking cunt, the fuck are you doing? And then they would find them occasionally, and then they would take them in, and I go, do you know where I left that? I left that under my bed, like in a box under 13 pictures that you couldn't see through, and you would have to go through the pictures to find. And then they'd be like, oh, and it's like, yeah, like don't go through my shit, motherfucker. I'm homeless, not junkie. Fuck off. Like I can have whatever the fuck I want.
In our culture,
of course,
get a sex change in our culture.
Right.
I mean, there's all kinds of things that would be really bizarre to the ancient culture about our culture. So
yeah.
we shouldn't
Really? Would it? Because there's me thinking that actually there was a whole litany of transgenderism and stuff like that back in the day. Man, your internet provider is seems like your internet provider there is being pretty bleak. Eh? It's pretty bleak. I'll let myself out.
think that we've arrived at normalcy.
Yeah.
We are a bizarre culture in many ways ourselves. I mean, I've said before, like, people talk about we're slouching toward Gomorrah. No, we've become Gomorrah. We are.
These motherfuckers have been saying this. So, remember, let's remember something, right? People think that like Edwardian times was like, or sorry, not Edwardian, like sorry, the one before. That's when I used to be as a goth. Not Edwardian. The other one, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh, words, man. Maybe I should stop smoking weed. Victorian. Jesus Christ. I couldn't think of Queen Victoria to save my fucking life. Well, God does smiteth the evildoer. But like Victorians, man, Victorians fucked all the time and they'd smoke opium and they'd do all the drugs. I mean, Edwardians used to do as well. They used to send like crack and heroin to people on the front lines in World War One. Like these people were so much worse than we are now, and it was all legal. And in fact, it was like, no, this is actually the height and epitome of life here. Byron, shit like that. But hey, who cares? It's only the olden times, and they are not the same as new times. And we're definitely worse than the old times, right? Because we're new times, and new times are always worse than old times because the times always just get worse and worse and worse, right? From a Christian view.
Our Gomorrah.
Morphine was big as well.
So when you think about the ancient world, there's things that I can't relate to. It doesn't make sense, but the overall.
But I still have to live to its morals. So when I go to war, right, I look for hot bitches, and then I kill all of them, and then I go, you hot bitch, come with me, and then she comes home and becomes one of my many wives, because the Bible says it's okay.
Storyline of what explains best how we got here. What explains best what's broken with us? What explains best this desire that we have to be loved by a God and to be complete with Him? What explains best the sense that we have? And this is not just a Christian sense that we're going to exist beyond the grave.
Yeah.
I think Christianity makes best sense of this overarching.
I think it makes the most sense because it's my religion. Why don't you? It's not fair. And come on.
It's still real to me, damn it!
Like, come on.
Narrative that we are created by a God that loves us, that something went awry with the fall.
You know, something definitely went wrong with the fall, and God let evil in the world, even though he's the most powerful. Sorry, this coffee's giving me gas. It's making
that
me
we are
gassy.
broken as people.
Well, I always love these pronouncements these people make. They just go, "You, sir, are broken and horrible." Like, he was just saying before, you can't be saying that. You can't be saying that. He was saying at the beginning, wasn't he? You said you can't, you can't just, with his mental health, you can't just be saying these people are broken. And now he's going, these broken atheist fuckers.
And we're trying to blame our brokenness on other people. We're trying to blame our brokenness on anything. But our brokenness is resulted in the fact that we have morally failed God's ideal for us as image bearers. We don't reflect him. But a Redeemer has come in the person of Jesus to die on a cross for our sins, rise from the grave. And we see the power of that story in the church as it grew. And then the fact that we're going to live with God forever.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
Come on, it's like, really? This is the evidence and how you're going to show people to, like, talk to atheists. Because no atheist has ever heard this before, because I suppose this is another one of those little things, isn't it, right? We're all nasty internet trolls. And since we're all nasty internet trolls, we can be ignored. And this video isn't really about talking to atheists now, is it? This is about talking to the person who's just started to unbelieve. It's a person teetering on the edge. That's what it's for. It's not supposed to convince someone like me. Someone like that knows someone like me has heard these arguments 15 billion times and knows I'm not going to be impressed by it. But someone who's just thinking of leaving the church, they've expressed doubts. These are the sort of things that you would say to that sort of person to try and solidify their faith base, you see? Because they don't really give a shit about converting people like me. We're all fucking fat fedora wearing fucking atheists in a mother's basement. You see? So it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is trying to stop the people just from leaving. Because those, they can feel better about maybe saving those. The rest of us, well, it's just too much. We're like, fuck us. We don't matter because we're just angry internet trolls. No, totally. But that's all you need. Is just stupid platitudic shit. You just need fucking stupid platitudes to convince some of these people. Because it's a fact that always haunts me. And I nearly started saying this before and got distracted by something. It's like Colin said. And it's a thing that it's never stopped haunting me to my core to this day. We always say the average person, like the average person is stupid. But that's really dumb. Because the average person is dumber than, like, half of the population is dumber than that. Because they're the average person. Like, we're fucked. Brondo. It's what plants crave. Oh, I was full screened.
That makes
I was a full screeny boy.
Better sense of a story, which, by the way, too, it's a theory, evolution. We talk about it as if like that's just this perfect story that has no falsity whatsoever. That's a
I know I already played this, but I need it for this. I need it because it brings me joy in moments like this. Sorry. Like, fuck these people. It's just a theory. I'm gonna have an honest conversation. It's just a theory. It's just a theory. I don't know what theory means in a scientific sense. Because I'm a stupid Christian trying to misrepresent facts and create cloud doubt. Because it's just a theory. Theory doesn't mean proven hypothesis at all. Because that would be scientific language, and scientific illiteracy is rife. In an age of wonders, we've created morons. Isn't life amazing? Life finds a way.
Theory.
Wow, that is fantastic. So I think there's a lot.
Maybe more literally than metaphorically. I don't know.
That we could.
There was some weird hand action going on before. That's all I'm saying. You know, he was reaching out for his hand. He wasn't reciprocating. Not on screen. I can't click on the time thing because it's too close to where the thing, but where the button for me is.
Go into when it comes to how to talk to an atheist and how to understand where they're coming from and kind of weighing those different worldviews. And I think we tried our best to be able to navigate some of those different conversations. Any closing thoughts that you might have?
Tried our best. Tried real hard. We tried real hard. And, you know, we really nailed what atheists think and say, and we really nailed what we should do about it, and we really nailed how you talk to these
Of course!
Come on.
Have around some of that, any kind of tie-ups that we could just put a bow on this?
Well, I think that atheists or Muslims or whoever we're talking to are people who are created in the image of God.
Right.
And when we're...
Well, I know this video is about atheists, but did you notice the slow creep into mentioning Muslims? You know, Muslims also like Bart Ehrman. You know, Muslims also do this. You know, because Muslims and atheists are the same thing, right? They must be the same thing because they have the same arguments against me. And it's like, yeah, because, you know, they don't believe you like we do. It's weird how some of the arguments would line up. Most of them don't, though. That's why it's only some. But who cares about such things?
Building relationships as we should. We need to recognize that these are people that God loves, that we can have a friendship with people that view things differently. And, you know, we need to recognize the importance of pursuing people. And we got to make sure that people don't feel used by us. I remember...
Yeah, but he's not ignorant. He knows what he's saying. He knows that that's not what we're saying. He just knows that other people don't. So he needs to misrepresent it to make himself look better and us look worse. Because he's trying to fool a very specific subset of people. He's not talking to us in any sense. He's not talking to anyone like us. He's talking to people that have loved ones in their family they're worried about because they're not feeling the same religious feelings as them.
I was in our neighborhood years ago, and I was spending time with some non-believers. And I found myself as a Christian and as a pastor hanging out with them, and I was drawn to them from the fact they wanted to be with me, and it wasn't because they were trying to convert me to anything. They just wanted to be with me.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes what people can feel from us as Christians is, do we just want to be with a non-believer because they're our project? We got to convert them, and if they don't hurry up and get saved, then we're just going to go on. They're still people.
Yeah, it's almost like, as atheists, we don't give a shit about your personal feelings about the start of the universe and don't really want to be badgered about your stupid bullshit all the time. So, like, you know, yeah, if you're a cool guy, cool girl, cool in between, you know, we'll get along and everything will be cool and crush you. But then, if you start talking about God, you can't expect us to be okay with it. Because not everyone wants to hear you stupid, fucking pious, fallacious bullshit. And the fact that you try and some of you see, like, we're being friends with people as a way into worming in and changing their minds about your dear precious God, well, is duplicitous as fuck and makes us not trust literally any of you. Because of the things you do. You know, in the world where people can react to it and know what happens, and we tell each other, you know, like, people talk to each other, right? There's like the internet and phones and radios. There's ham radios. You can mess around in a transistor radio. There's all sorts of ways.
And God has given us a world full of people that we get the wonderful opportunity of loving. And
well, it takes all kinds. We've got to misunderstand evolution and what theory means in every way humanly possible. Otherwise, we wouldn't have all the colors of the non-evolutionary rainbow. Of no colors, because they don't understand what colors are, because they're too fucking dim to bright up the colors, because they're too dim.
We believe that our eyes have been enlightened, and we get to share the gospel. But we don't have to coerce them. We don't have to freak out. We don't have to panic. We can love them and give them space to go on a journey. Whether or not they trust Jesus, we have the opportunity to be what I call fifth gospel Christians. And
if you just leave them to it, you give them space, eventually you could be the fifth gospel, because we need to aggrandize ourselves in some ways to feel better, right? Because don't you like the term the fifth gospel? Don't you like the idea of you being the fifth gospel? Don't you like it? Don't you? To see there's 4 gospels, and 4, whilst being a nice round even number, is not a round even number enough to be 5, now is it? And I could be the 5th one. It's like back in the day when they used to make those like books for like Animorphs and Goosebumps and shit for like kids and young adults, like teenagers or whatever, where it'd be like, it's those second person things, and it was pick your own adventure. You are the 15th Animorph, and you're like, oh yeah. Fucking way, lad. Which way am I going to take this? Turn to page 3 to find out. Oh, fucking hell. You know what I mean? Do you know what? It wasn't any Griffith I was thinking. I was thinking little Andy Dick. I was getting Andy Dick vibes. And hello, Pimwin. So we got 20 seconds left. Do you guys want me to end? I've got another one of these to go through. I've got a little gusto in the tank. So do you want me to keep going? Do you want to call it a day? It is up to you. Let me know in the chat now. Write that in your copybook now. I have another video. Sorry, I should say what the video is, because I'm dumb. So the next video would still be these two. It's an episode, a couple episodes later than this, and they're talking about how to start an evangelical conversation. So, do you think I should carry on? Should I stop? I've got gusto. I've got rev. I could keep going. Is there other things on? Is there better places to be? There's nowhere better to be. It's all going on here, baby. Yeah. And other encouraging words. My lungs could not handle that. So, what should I do? What should I do, peoples? Well, hey, that's one person for going to bed. So what's the score? Is that should I leave it? Should I leave it there? Should I carry on? 'Cause I've got another video. I do. Got another one. Fuck it. I'm gonna go. Well, with that lack of enthusiasm, I don't know. You can never tell. The delay is a killer. I can never tell. Recorded. That's video game content for you, isn't it? If you're recording fucking. Oh wait, that's not what I thought it was. I thought you said KOTOR. It's not. I don't know what the fuck the SWTOR. I have no idea what that is. I should probably prepare for tomorrow, because it's midnight here as well. Well, I've got one for yes, one for no. Oh right, yeah. See, I always see that. See, I thought it was that at first. I always hear it called KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic. So I always hear it called KOTOR. Or is this a different game? Star Wars games, you can't beat those fucking Jedi Knight games. Jedi Outcast was best. Yeah, it's the original BioWare game, innit? Back when BioWare used to be good. Man, hopefully Mass Effect 4 is good. Because I like Mass Effect. And fuck what everybody else says. I do. I don't have another set. It's just these two talking about something else. if it's these two, then you're gone. I take it. Fine. That's cool. I should probably stop anyway. I can do that video at another time. Yeah, Mass Effect was great, and I don't care what people say. Mass Effect 3 was good. It was good, and it was a good ending. I don't know what other endings they were expecting. What the story was, there was a limited amount of endings. They are tedious. They are tedious, but aren't they all? So I'm tired of talking about Braxton Cunter, but I've still got to finish this fucking book. I was only doing it to be a smart ass. And now I'm going to take super extra interest. I think, oh, fuck him. Fuck him. Oh, I might carry on. I've talked myself into it. Where is the shit? I mean, all right, I can talk about someone else. What other Christian shit have I got here? What other Christian shit have I just got sat in the background? That's a bunch of stuff I watched before. Don't have a lot of new stuff downloaded. I have a lot of old stuff. Fuck it. I'll put the other one I'd lined up on again, and if it, I'll see how long it balls. Because I was definitely going to make it through the first one, and to be honest, I didn't expect it to take this long to get through the first one. But do you know what? To be fair, Braxton Cunter actually like messaging me and like being all passive aggressive and shit. It's giving me some gusto. So do you know what? I was on the verge of maybe not doing YouTube anymore and just writing books and doing other things. But like, it gave me gusto. It gave me the vim and vigor I needed. And today, is that the right one? Yeah, 34. So
getting into an evangelistic conversation can be difficult. So
look at him.
We're going to help outline some ways that you might be able to do that today on this episode of Unapologetic, where we seek to defend truth without compromise with Dr. Bobby Conway, the 1 Minute Apologist. I'm your host, Tim Hall.
The Satan's many other ways. They wrestle, knocking each other's knees out. On indeed.
Bobby, we have been going through and focusing on evangelism for several episodes now. We talked about the essential beliefs of Christianity. We've even done some specific beliefs of like how to talk to a Buddhist, how to talk to a Mormon, how to talk to a Jehovah's Witness, how to talk to an atheist. Mm-hmm. We've even talked about
how they did such a brilliant job. They really nailed how to talk to us atheists. They really know. So them encouraging conversations will be interesting to hear.
Assess where somebody is at spiritually so that you can evangelize. Yeah, we talked about 3 mistakes that people make when they're evangelizing. And I'm sure that if anyone has checked out any of those episodes, they might be wondering, well, why is an apologetic show dealing so much with evangelism? So maybe you can help connect those dots for us. What's the difference between evangelism and apologetics?
Evangelism is the proclamation
of the gospel as it relates to Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, and how we appropriate that in our life through faith in Christ. Apologetics seeks to give a defense for why Christianity is true. So the late apologist R.C. Sproul once put it like this: evangelism and apologetics are like two wings of an airplane. You need both to fly. And so apologetics simply gets rid of the obstacles that are getting in the way of one believing. And as we've talked before on the show, some people will argue, well, why do I have to do apologetics since all people need is faith anyway? Well, we need to understand that there are certain obstacles that are preventing people from placing their faith in Christ. And in conversation, if we'll use questions like, what's preventing you from becoming a Christian? Well, when they share those preventions, what we will be armed with is material for conversation, and therefore we can hopefully, if we're equipped, start removing one obstacle at a time. And that
needing no proof whatsoever, using linguistic. If you're pissed off, I'm lying down more on my back. I can feel the nerve pain coming from my leg. So I am floating in a sea of Attenborough. Oh, Attenborough! Attenborough! Oh, hey, Attenborough!
That is how evangelism and apologetics can work together. So when you think about Paul the Apostle, it's true that God swept him off his feet in Acts 9 with an encounter of the resurrected Christ.
But, it doesn't matter how many times you point out that the Bible is, a claim and not evidence. They go, yeah, but what happened is in the Bible, so it's what happened.
Nevertheless, if Paul tried to impose his experience on everybody else, he would have went about saying there's no need for apologetics. But what do we encounter with Paul? Well, when we see him in Acts 13 in the first missionary journey as they go out, he utilizes apologetics. In chapter 13 and 14, that's the first missionary journey. When we come to Acts 17, where he's on Mars Hill, he utilizes apologetics. So a gifted evangelist will be aware of different approaches depending upon the context that they're trying to reach. So Paul knew that when he's with the Jews, he was able to have a wide open conversation as it related to the Hebrew scriptures because they were very familiar with it.
Is it because kind of seems like he spent all of his time saying, hey, by the way, you don't have to be Jewish, and really spent his time evangelizing to, not Jewish people, stuff like that. But hey, who cares about things like that, right? Because his whole thing was, fuck the Jews. You don't have to be Jewish. Like, stop the shit. Jesus is the Messiah. We're only changing what Messiah means to fit Jesus. And you're not Jewish, so you don't understand, so it's cool. Like, whatever.
But when you see him on Mars Hill, they're not familiar with the Hebrew scriptures. So he meets them where they are at. And so there are people who think, just preach the word, just get into the Bible. Well, I think Paul gives us...
So the Bible is right about several locations of cities. The Bible has the names of some pharaohs and rulers of other places. The shameful thing is that some of these places and times that they appear in are not in the time and place that they said. Sorry, not place, but in the time that they said, because of a lot of the Old Testament being rewritten sometime around 7th century BCE. I agree. There's a tunnel from Hilkiah they found Hezekiah's tunnel. They found that. There was a Maccabean rebellion, but that's only in some Bibles.
A great example of how we are to be
wise. So if you're equipped apologetically, you can be literally hosted with a whole plethora of arguments that can help you to be much more engaging and relevant to where people are at.
Yeah, I think that's a great distinction and a great way that we can start off the show. And one of the important things is that we are trying to focus on being able to answer some of those questions. And that's why we want to continue to encourage people to do it.
I know, I was being
because
facetious.
it will also help them in their apologetic endeavor, like you were talking about. So we want to get really practical with the guy that has shared his faith several times. You're sharing your faith with over 100 people a week at one point in your life.
Wow, he was sharing his faith with so many people.
And we want to get really intentional about how we can get into these conversations without doing this thing called a Jesus juke. So,
you know what, John, you know what, John, you know what? Sorry. Do you know what? Though, actually, sometimes I don't know if you're telling the truth. Sometimes I don't know if you're just making fun. And I think that's part of your comedy. Yeah, and the Bible being one of them. Bam! I know. But the thing is there is stuff in the Bible that is true, though. Like, it's not a lot of stuff. And it's usually the stuff that not even, like, Christians would know about. Do you know what I mean? So...
Well, let's describe what a Jesus
Yeah,
juke is.
do
John,
that.
There's a blogger, John Acuff, around 2010.
Then rise,
coined
rebel,
this phrase
resist,
called the
my
Jesus
son.
juke. And essentially, maybe I'll just give an example. Like the
Fight
example that he
power.
used was he posted something on Twitter that was someone that was
stuff.
working out. They were doing some bodybuilding, and
not those David Draymond, I'm from Disturbed, making lots of anti-war songs, but it's okay when they drop the bombs on the little children because I'm a Jew too, so I'll sign these bombs. Cool.
It was supposed to be funny. It was kind of a joke thing, and somebody in the comments said, "Wow, if only we could be that dedicated to our faith." And he said, "Wow, that is true, but they took something that was supposed to be funny and kind of a joke and tried to juke into something serious, and it kind of fell flat. Some people, there's a little bit more people were mocking that comment more than really being convicted by it. So we can see these in real life conversations as well, and I'm guilty of Jesus juking on several occasions. People are talking about the game, and you jump into the conversation with, well, who ultimately wins the day? It's God. And you're like, oh man, seriously, we're just talking about the game last night. So
yeah, you see, because these people are twats, right? They can't help themselves but annoy people, right? They can't help it. They're like vegans. They can't help it but just talk about being vegan. And it's like, dude, I don't care. Do you know what? I don't give a shit if you're Christian, as long as you don't talk to me about it. You talk to me about it, well, then I'm going to talk to you about it. And you're not going to like me anymore. But if you could keep it in your fucking pants and not have to talk about it, it's fine. But look at them even in little smug smiles. These fucking cunts can't, be decent enough to not even make a stupid Jesus juke all the time. Can't even call it they come up with a stupid name for it because they themselves know it's so fucking prevalent. They've made a little fucking cute name for themselves for it. Or taking someone using it derisively and they took it for it's Jesus, you can ha ha. Either way, they know it's a thing and they go, yeah, whatever, I do it anyway. Because these people are fucking cunts and they don't give a shit. All they care about is sticking their oar in because whatever they think is more important than you. Because they're sent from God in some way, so therefore their thoughts are better than yours.
So how do we avoid some of these Jesus jukes? And what would be, some good conversation starters? What do we need to keep in mind, maybe, as we're going into some evangelistic conversations in different environments?
Well, as an early Christian, I would have had a hard time with the statement I'm about to say, but it's true. There's more to life than just evangelism.
Right.
I have kids. I have a wife that I need to spend time with. I have friendships. I have parents that I spend time with. There's time to read. We have to take a shower. So there is such a thing as just life. And sometimes what happens is we spiritualize everything, and then that becomes our material to make people feel guilty.
What you brainwash people into like thinking that every part of their being has to be about loving the Lord and doing everything for him because you are but a lowly worm, and everything good you do is him and everything bad you do is the devil. You are but a puppet before incomprehensible magic powers that you can't understand and have no defense of. So when you think that, you're like, I have to do all this all the time. Well, yeah. Why? What? I wonder why they would think that. Like, come on. I I wish I didn't. I wish I had no idea. I wish it was all incomprehensible to me, and that it was all gobbledygook, and then I could go to fucking bed. But I can't because look at him. Look at these smug fucks. Like, come on.
And I think,
man, there's more to life than God. But actually, only when I say there is though. Okay, you're gonna grow out of a bit. You stick your oar in. You get well known, and then you coast off the money that you make for, being well known, and then you can not give a shit as much, right?
the church needs to get off of their high soapbox. The reality is we can be witnesses when we're at a grocery store. We can be witnesses when we're at the bank. We can be witnesses on a walk through the neighborhood. People are watching the way that we live. And so I think that we should just recognize that people are living a life. And if people are excited about having a hobby, we shouldn't demonize them for that. Sure, the hobby shouldn't be our ultimate. The Latin phrase summum bonum, the greatest good. God is the greatest.
Yeah, someone bone him. Is that a real Latin phrase? That sounds too much like a pun. What did he say it meant? I don't know. There's a
the bank. We can be witnesses on a walk through the neighborhood.
You can't leave anyone alone ever for any second, any time. They could evangelize to you at any time, any moment. They'll witness to you anywhere.
People are watching the way that we live. And so I think that we should just recognize that people are living a life. And if people are excited about having a hobby, we shouldn't demonize them for that. Sure, the hobby shouldn't be our ultimate. The Latin phrase summum bonum, the greatest good. God.
The greatest good in Latin. Someone bone him. Oh, that's good shit. Well, if you're going to bone someone, you best have a big boner or a boner at all. Because you can't bone someone without a boner. Unless it's made of plastic or metal or other fashionable things. Who was it, George? You can't do it with anything less loving than a fist. Who was it? Larger than a fist and less loving than a dildo.
God is the greatest good. He's the one that we serve.
But he's so good. He killed everything because the angels that he has complete control over had sex with humans against his will, even though he's supposed to have complete control over him. So to erase that mistake, he killed everything. Like everything. Like everything. He killed the grass. He killed the trees. He killed the bees. He killed the whales. He killed the snails. He killed the giraffes, the zebras. Sorry, that's a very specific joke. Brass eye's the best. Everything. Everything had to die except everything in the boat, except these things in the boat. Because some angels that God had complete control of, because they have no free will apparently, fucked people against his will. So everything had to die. And it's totally not taken from things like Gilgamesh, and I say them over and over again. They're 3.5 hours in. I'm not going to say them again.
But who among us has never lost sight of our priorities? All of us have.
Yeah.
And, we do things sometimes like Jesus juke. We make people feel bad if they want to feel good. So
they prayed for the Lord, and the Lord unlocked the door for them. It wasn't breaking and entering at all.
for example, I was at the gym yesterday and I got asked this question, Bobby, what are your thoughts on marijuana? And I didn't just jump in and criticize the person for asking the question. I recognized something deep inside of all of us. And I said, we all want to feel good, don't we?
Yeah.
And I said, the key is we just have to make sure that we feel good in the right way. And the Bible gives us some, explanation for sure on the importance of sober living. But I validated that we want.
Even though the Bible often says drink wine, be merry. But hey, eat, drink, and be merry. And, it's always talking about drinking wine. Wine is the blood of Christ. Drink wine. Have you tried the wine? There's more wine. You like wine? Date wine. It's very nice, particular plum wine. Do you like wines? Bible doesn't say not to take drugs. Fuck off. You guys made it up later because some bitches in the fucking early 1900s said, hey, fuck you, you shouldn't be allowed to do anything fun. And I used to do that when I was younger. But I got tired of them not having a proper sticky side. Damn. I don't like I don't like wine. I hate wine. Whiskey though. That isn't it is in fact the water of life. Sorry, it's Scotch. Well, water of life. You see, God's sun rays comes down and it filters through the water and it goes through. It goes through our rivers and we collect it and it becomes the glorious watery just juice. It drinks you and makes you a man or a woman or whatever you are. Let's just drink the fucking whiskey, all right? Unless you have a problem, then probably don't. But whiskey is the best. I mean, I know you can't see my my cursor right now, but right now it's circling your picture. I'm just looking at this question, going, hmm. I don't know. Let me get my Anne Rice book and my Vampire the Masquerade, and we'll see what happens. I'm a Zamisi. How are you?
Want to feel good. And I think when people are turning to marijuana, we can often demonize them, but they want to feel good. And what we can do is help them to understand, why is it that you feel you need to escape to that to feel good?
We feel good by telling ourselves that we are broken on the inside and are missing holes of us all the time. And, that's why we feel good, because we tell ourselves how much of a horrible person we are all the time, and it makes us feel better. Okay.
What is it about Christ that can maybe help you to feel more content in life? Because
you see, once upon a time, I was walking on a beach, and it was after I was dead, and I was walking on that after I died. I was on a beach, and I saw Jesus next to me. It's like, oh, it's Jesus! Oh my God, it's Jesus! And Jesus was like, oh, my son. And I was like, oh my God! And he's like, yes, it is me. And then I looked back and I saw there was 2 sets of footprints. But then I looked back further and I saw there was but one. And I said, oh, but Jesus, why is there only one set of footprints? He went, that is when I carried you, my son. That's when. I think I had a better point than that.
Contentment.
I got too caught up in the act.
There's sort of a feeling good that is sanctified.
Oh, yeah. So I thought of that moment, and that's what makes me feel good on the inside. Because I remembered after I was dead, because I saw it on a little placard, and it means that's what happens. Some guy wrote it, so it means Jesus. I won't, John. It's okay.
Goodness that trumps drunkenness or getting stoned by taking multiple bong hits.
No,
that. I mean, probably not. I've been there before, but I doubt I was filmed in anything you've seen because I've not been there for a number of years. Last time I was there, I think was like 2014. So.
That's good. That's good. So one of the things that you needed to do in that situation is you needed to have some awareness of kind of where they were at and some affirmation, some empathy, but then you can use that to then continue the conversation in a direction that makes sense. What would be some other things that we could do, or other things that we keep in mind, some other situations perhaps that we can use to direct the conversation towards a spiritual conversation, if you will?
I think that asking questions is huge. I don't think people ask a lot of questions because they want people asking them questions.
Right.
I really think that that's a huge part of the art of effective evangelism. I said this past weekend in my sermon too, the word evangelism can kind of sound archaic, but the reality is everybody does evangelism when it comes to what they believe in.
Yeah.
Apple's trying to evangelize you to buy the latest iPhone.
Oh no, I totally do. I just mean there's a specific place in London I've not been to since 2014. Whenever I see them in the town centre, or if I see them in fucking Liverpool or Manchester or something, I always stop and have a bit of fun. Because it's usually Jehovah's Witnesses nowadays. You don't really see like fundamentalists shouting weird shit anymore. It's always it's just old Jehovah's Witnesses stood with an umbrella and some Jehovah's Witnesses like fucking pamphlets. And you go, hey, I know the secret handshake to the watchtower. And, you know, there's not a lot of, do you know what, there's not a lot of door-to-door people anymore that come around either. I used to fucking, when, I used to miss like Mormons and shit. They would come knocking on the door and they go, can I speak to you about Jesus? And you go, yes. Why don't you come on in? I missed it. Like, I think they started marking my address down as a place not to go.
Audi's trying to evangelize you to buy their new car.
Yeah.
Any company, and when they have a vision, they teach their people how to reach people with their product. And so we're not trying to reach people with a product. We're trying to reach people with the person of Jesus. And so
we're not trying to reach people with a product. We're just trying to get you to buy into our denomination of Jesus that might charge you a weekly nominal fee of the collection plate / actual nominal fee for just being able to be in the church, you know, because there's ticket prices, you know, for the Lord Jesus now.
I think that
the Mormons, in fact, do have a list, and they want you to pay them to not be on the list. Otherwise, they'll baptize you after you're dead. You know what I mean? So you best be wary, Christians. You know, if all this baptism shit's true, and you know people have powers, well then one day you could just be up there on a cloud playing a harp, and suddenly, bam, you're in Mormon hell because you weren't a Mormon. You see, they get you after you're dead. Otherwise, if you pay them, then they promise they won't do it. They promise, honest.
That if we could recognize that every endeavor that has a vision is seeking to help others come to know it. Unfortunately, we don't always recognize how great our vision is. Not only that, one of the major obstacles is the bad reputation that the church often has. So when we start engaging Christ, we don't want to be lumped in to that bad reputation.
I know there's a church that we're part of and it's done all these horrible things, but honest, swear to God, you know, I've not seen my fingers. They're all like, you know, they're not crossed. You know, I've not, you know, no takesy backsies, you know, none of the things. We're honest this time. We're not like them, you know, and that sort of thing wouldn't happen again if we got in power, you know, considering what's happening. You know, definitely say, look at these pair of lying bitches. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You know, we got a message of peace and truth, and like, you know, if like, oh, fuck yourselves. I hate these smug, condescending pieces of shit. Oh no, he's back. I know. My show's dying, sir. It's dying. It's going all the way down the shitter. Oh no. What am I going to do? Brett Keane never lies. Never, never.
Nevertheless, I think that if we can ask people questions about their life, about where they grew up,
Are you a
if they're
Christian
married,
now? You used to say you were just a God believer. Are you an actual full-blown Christian now?
they have kids, what are their fears, what are their worries, just connect with them. And then in time, they're going to turn around and ask us questions about ourselves. And then we can begin to insert what it is that we believe. And then we can ask questions like, are you a Christian, or have you ever been to the church, or do you have some struggles with it? Have you been
anytime you can, you gotta find a way to ask just some simple questions, to stick your foot in the door and say, hey, what a wonderful time of day where we can learn to work and pray and do it all for Jesus. And I said, hey.
disillusioned by it. And then we can even share. Tim, you've openly talked on this radio show, as have I, about some of our own disillusionment with the local church. Well, what does that do? Well, that makes us much more relevant, because we're not the person who is trying to evangelize somebody that doesn't recognize that the church is replete with problems.
No, I think that's good. I want to pick up on that point.
Okay. Whatever.
Of everyone, in a sense, is trying to evangelize. Everyone's trying to cast a vision for what they think is good, whether that's a company or a person or whatnot.
Yeah. And skeevy fucks like these and Brett Keane have to use linguistic word games and silly arguments when we have to just point at things and go, right, so if we read the Tales of Gilgamesh, we can see the clear imagery, Jesus imagery of Gilgamesh up on the broken cross of his ship as it goes across the lake of death to go meet Atrahasis, who is the Moses who survived the flood, you see? And he stands up with his arms out to keep the ship moving because the sail is broken, while he is up on the cross of wood doing the thing. But who cares, right? We can point to many ways that the Bible is 100% wrong. And these people back up over and over and over again, going, well, I guess it's not evolution. It's not evolution. Okay, it's microevolution. Okay? It's microevolution. And it's just every time things get proved more and more, they take steps back and act like that's what they thought the whole time. So, like, whatever. Do you know what? Jesus says not to care about the treasures of the world. So I don't think Jesus would lend you a $5.
Not. So we got to be interviewed last week by a friend of ours for her podcast. It was a great time, and that'll be out shortly. We'll put that on our social media when it's published. But they kind of asked a similar question to the one that we're answering today, and I loved your answer. You gave this interesting kind of walkthrough of how to assess someone's worldview and why that's important to then beginning that evangelism.
Yeah, that's right. Darwin did believe in God until Darwin, I don't know, went on the Beagle and saw some finches and then became convinced of his version of evolution. That it was actually made a little bit first by George Wallace. He had a gentleman's agreement with him. And basically, all of fucking Darwin's work was built on his grandfather's work anyway. So, whatever, yo.
Conversation. So maybe we could revisit some of that topic a little bit, because I thought that was really good. Just some of the key phrases that you were drawing.
A bunch of stuff. You're supposed to like jump at him and go, "Oh!"
Out where,
all right,
people are activists, but they're not sure why they have what their philosophy of their activism is, and just helping us unpack people's viewpoints so that we can address the conversation or move the conversation towards an evangelistic or a spiritual conversation. So what are some things that we need to keep in mind as we're trying to understand people's worldviews and where they're coming from?
So everybody has a worldview, whether they realize it or not.
Yeah.
And many people don't understand how that worldview has been shaped in their life. Our worldviews are shaped through the reading that we do, through our life experiences, through our upbringing, through the church or particular religious affiliation that we are connected to. And so I think that when we're doing evangelism, we want to understand how is it that this person views the world?
Yeah.
How do they view it? And so we
Because
tend to have
Christians need to make every bit of their conversation finding out anything they can about you to find something else that they can weaponize in the conversation against you. To fight, because all they give a flying fuck about is convincing you of their point. And they don't give a shit if the game on TV is good. They don't give a shit if the film was good. All they give a shit about is if you are following Christ in the right way as them. And you got the lapsed Christians that kind of don't give a shit and just kind of go, yeah, God's real, whatever, leave me alone. But those people, whilst being an ever-widening group, are not the majority of people. The majority of people are like this fuck. It's like, how dare you not think the same thing as me? It's like Brett Keane coming in and going, I have to insult you because you don't think it's the same thing as me. Grifty fuck.
an idea or
1 if by land, 2 if by sea, 3 is for the manatee. There you go.
or some thoughts, or we might even be agnostic about how is it that we got here? What do we believe the purpose of life is? What do we think about
Always
God? What do we think about when death happens? Do we go to heaven? Is there such a place as hell?
Yeah.
Has God made himself known? And
he hasn't made himself known. A person wrote a book, and then another person wrote a book, and then a bunch of other people wrote books, and they all wrote different books at different times, different places, for different reasons. And who's this? So if that's that's what Brett Keane does. So if this is the real Brett Keane and not someone trolling, and it might be the real Brett Keane, I don't know. Brett Keane, once upon a time, was like one of the original YouTube atheisty type people. You know what I mean? And then he needed some money, and said, who's going to give me more money? Christians or God? And then a bunch of Christians gave him money, so he became a Christian. There's a bunch of other shit. Like he makes and creates channels every 15 seconds. Brett Keane, the Stallion, all this different shit. And there's a lot of history because he goes back way back into old YouTube. He was old YouTube back when they were making fun of him on Drunken Peasants in like 2012, 2013, 2014, 15, whatever it was. He was old YouTube at that point. You know what I mean? Fuck it. He's back. He came on again. And fuck it. I'll find it. He made a song. Brett Keane song. Oh, come on. I think he got arrested for punching his wife once, I remember. There's a bunch of shit. If I sat and thought about it, I could remember more, but I can't, and I don't want to. But his song is funny. I forgot about this one. No, that's not the one I'm on about. Brett Keane's greatest hits situation. No, that's Side 10's Brett Keane's motherfucking opera. Oh no. I don't know. I'd have to look properly. I thought it was gonna. All right. Wait. Here's some actual video. Is it actually him? Go on. Let's hear his voice. oh, it's totally him. And he's got like an AI thing as his face because he got sick of people saying he looked like a manatee. Look at him. Look at him with his fucking 68 subscribers. Oh, fucking Brett Keane, yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna. Although I might do in the future. Not tonight, though. No, of course he is. Of course he is. That's his whole point. I just wanted to make sure that was actually him. Like, you can tell from his voice. The fact that I thought maybe he'd lost some weight or something, but he's just like fucking. It's just got like an AI thing. That's great. It's probably because he has to make a new fucking channel every 55 seconds because he's fucking. Hello, Jester. It's probably because he's making a fucking new channel every 55 seconds because he's the griftiest fuck since grifters became grifters. Oh. Yeah, Brett. I don't know, Jester. Do you know who Brett Keane is? He came in trying to cause problems. It was funny. If you don't, it doesn't matter. Talking about. Wow, you can't point at me, sir. Pointing is not allowed. Only fists. Fists are the only thing allowed in here. Wow. This feels very accusatory. Wow, what have I done? I've not done a thing, have I? No. No, it's because he's a griftery fuck and he says all sorts of inflammatory shit. He's doxed people. He's fucking done all sorts of stupid bullshit and like he gets his channel blocked all the fucking time and it just makes a new one. Brett Keane is the biggest mockery of being blocked on YouTube and not being able to use YouTube accounts since like anyone. He is like the biggest fuck. Anarchy! Ah!
And so when we start asking questions, what we're trying to do is piece together their worldview. And then we're looking to find where their worldview lacks coherence. And if we can show them that their worldview lacks coherence, we can put a pebble in their shoe, to use the phrase of Greg Koukl.
Yeah.
You know, as long as all we can do is just niggle you all the time. Because all I need to be is a thorn in your shoe and be an annoying bitch. Come on. Isn't this whole game really pointless? Like, you can't with one hand go, hey, I'm getting old and, you know, fuck it. You know, I don't want to evangelize as much anymore. But on the other hand, actually, the best way to do it is, like, come on.
And so we can help them to understand
how
that
I'm more
having
right
doubts
than them
about their worldview is a good thing. Like when I doubt, it's because my worldview is not in coherence. And the way to fix that is to make sure I get it to cohere again.
Right.
And sometimes it's not coherent because I have a faulty belief. Sometimes it's not coherent.
But life doesn't have to be coherent. Life doesn't have to make sense. People do things for reasons that are beyond your comprehension. Atoms move and things move, and all this different stuff happens at a quantum level, things that are well beyond your comprehension. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, pretending like you're supposed to know better is a fucking joke. Like, just because it makes you feel all nice and warm at night, because, well, it makes more sense to me, doesn't mean that's what it is. So, as a person that cares more about being correct than making myself feel better, like, I'm going to change with new information. The information doesn't have to make sense as long as it's got proof to back it up. And a proof ain't just a fucking argument. Because you can argue your way into saying, hey, did you know that there's loads of fucking universes, yo? There's loads of universes, and every single one of them was made by, like, a computer simulation that runs a billion that runs a billion computer simulations, that runs a billion computer simulations, that goes on and on ad infinitum. And don't worry about it. It's all computer simulations all the way down. You can argue yourself into reasoning any kind of stupid bullshit because you go, well, you have to disprove one of these things. And it's like, well, Usually you can't disprove some of these things because we don't have a complete picture of physics. So pretending like because we don't have a complete picture of physics means that we should believe your stupid bullshit because we don't completely understand everything at a quantum level. And like, why the fuck do we have to have all these answers? Why the fuck do we have to keep on coming up with shit when all we do is come up with new shit? We keep on figuring out more and more things about the fabric of reality, and it's never good enough. We've literally started to fuse atoms and print meat. Like, we can make lights out of algae. How many things do we have to do before they go, do you know what? Maybe some of the things make sense. Maybe thinking in this way actually provides enlightenment to how the world works. Yes, very much so. As I like to say, the way I like to put it is, all they have is simple, easy, and intuitive answers for hard, non-intuitive questions. Because, well, you don't know, so I'm very stalwart with fucking knowing, so therefore it's true. Yeah, I think it was some engineers in France. They make green light though, and they use there's a little bit of if I remember correctly, because I haven't looked at it in a little bit. There's some kind of electrical current that actually runs through the algae as they photosynthesize or some shit, and they can harness that to run the light. Something like that. It's a very good regulatory system for itself. It's amazing shit, and God, right? Nothing humans ever do is good, and nothing we ever think of is useful. And it doesn't matter how many things science makes, and it doesn't matter how many ways science progresses life. It's never good enough for these fucks because all they care about is making themselves feel better. That's it. They don't understand it, therefore it's bad. This explanation is much simpler, so this must be correct because, well, Occam's razor says actually the simplest explanation is usually the right one. But science has proved time and time again that that, in fact, isn't the case. And in fact, many things do not run the way we think they do. But hey, who cares about how many times science was right? We're always supposed to, be abashed and go, oh, science is made by a Christian. No, I don't care. Like, even if it was, I wouldn't give a shit. Who cares who made what? Who cares what made what? What is done with it is what matters. Like, you can't say that you can't, on the one hand, say things like, well, science doesn't matter because Christianity made it. Well, no, Christianity made it and it doesn't matter. So be wondrous by us. It's weird. I don't understand. These people tie themselves in knots that they don't understand just to say things that they think is snarky. But I suppose part of that is because the internet. These sorts of conversations used to be a lot easier before the internet, to be frankly honest. Yeah. I think that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of the things that played a hand in my conversion when I was younger. Because, yeah, on the one hand, I had Christians saying the world was 6,000 years old. And then I'd see Beekman's World or Bill Nye the Science Guy or Attenborough or whatever and stuff like that. And you go, oh wait, actually maybe it's like this, and then you bring that up to people in church and they go, no, fuck you, get out. It's either this or nothing, and you're like, what? But what about these dinosaur bones? And they show you fucking I nearly said the R word. They show you stupid ass pictures of like a dinosaur in a fucking hole with a shovel. So when it says things like, the dinosaurs were hungry and then they dug in the ground looking for food, but they didn't bring no ladder, so they died in the ground. That's why there's dinosaur bones in the ground. And you're like, what? No, That's fucking stupid. Like, come on. Philosophers are actually smart like religious people. I mean, philosophers certainly talk themselves into thinking they're smart. Hey! I don't know. Philosophy isn't necessarily what happens when you think in a critical way. Because philosophy and thinking in a critical way is also what made Aristotle think that the balls controlled the voice. So... Yeah, well, you know, science means it more because, like, the whole point is to disprove yourself. But hey, you know, Fleming be damned.
Because my emotions are trumping what I know to be true, and maybe my feet.
I paused that at the complete wrong time. Yes. Oh, it's us. It's us, other people that are letting our emotions lead the way, not the one thing. But don't you? But that, when my dear cunt of a mother said, "Hey, by the way, you know," when I said I don't like, because what was it? I didn't pray. The car broke down while we were in the Lake District on vacation, and she said, "Hey," and then she phoned a tow truck, and the tow truck came out. It brought us to a garage, and then he fixed it, and then we drove off. And she said, "Did you pray to the baby Jesus?" And I went, "Well, no." "Why do you not love the baby Jesus anymore?" And I said, "Well, no, it's a fucking he just phoned the fucking you phoned the guy, right? Yeah, and then he came out and he fixed it. The fuck do I need to? What do I need to thank Jesus for? Like, come on." Everything about them is that. And they don't get why that irks people. Because they think they're the most perfect, holy, pious people. And in fact, they are like Elijah and Ezekiel, talking to the the heathen masses, you know, and all that stupid bullshit.
Feelings want it to be true more than what the truth is. So I think that can be a problem. But yes, by depicting or by trying to understand what a person's worldview is, then we can engage them. And this helps us to get the conversation off from the right start. If you're talking to a Muslim, there's no need bringing up arguments for the existence of God.
Right.
You utilize those for the atheist. If you're talking to an agnostic who's not sure whether or not God exists, well, you can at least make this claim. There's one thing that you're not agnostic about, that there is an explanation for how we got here.
Right.
You're just not sure what the explanation is.
Yeah.
So then I would say, wouldn't you rather give your life to the best explanation instead of just throwing your hands up and not giving your life to anything? And so you want an evangelism to help people to understand the consequences for holding to their worldview. And so when we're engaging with people, if we can help them to understand that this worldview is costing them.
It's costing them, you see. It doesn't matter. See, before they're talking about the power of the resurrection because, you know, Anthony Flew became a deist, not because of the resurrection and the fine-tuning argument. So it works well on people. Right? I guess that's why he's not saying it this time. Sorry.
And we help them to understand the price tag to keep that. And if we can show them that Christian.
But there's a price tag. There's always a price tag. There's always a price tag for not believing what they believe, and they're in the majority. And that price tag also isn't kind of a veiled threat, is it? It isn't that when they really gain control of power, they're going to come after people like you. You don't want to pay the price, dear. It's not just hell. We're going to make you pay on earth as well. Because you don't think what we do. So in fact, we think you're going to hell. So what we should do is make that happen quicker. That's usually what happens with Christians, right? It's what happens time and time again through the ages. And I'm sorry, but you know, the people that do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And Christians always end up killing people. And we're supposed to go, that was in the past, we're different now. We're new age, we're better. Oh, cool, hip. Guys, we don't kill people anymore. We turn the other cheek, brah. Yo. Holler at you boys now. We're different. You know, we have the caps backwards. We sit on the chairs backwards. You know, we rap with the kids. We get down with the home slice. You know.
Christianity offers the most coherent, livable worldview that is the most fulfilling life vision, then maybe we can begin to eliminate some of the obstacles that are getting in the way of them placing their faith in the gospel.
Excellent, excellent. I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit here. What are your thoughts on like evangelistic tools, like tracts or surveys? Like, how would you?
Yeah, how do you feel about giving them extracurricular things that they have to do for them to be convinced of your bullshit? Like, what? Man, is that what atheists should start doing to people? Is like handed out little tracts about the proof of evolution and like the different facts we have about life, teaching people different bits about like quantum mechanics. Like, hey, you know how they keep on saying things don't just pop in and out of existence? Well, let's look at a quark now, and this quark seems to be popping in and out of existence now, doesn't it? And that's weird. Look at that electron over there. It almost appears to be teleporting. That's weird, isn't it? You know, maybe we should start doing that sort of thing because their numbers are large. It must work in some respect. So maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should start spamming these people with this and just start like going, here you go, there you go. I'm gonna stand outside church. I'm gonna hand out little evolution pamphlets and go, hello, you're dumb. There you go, read this. Hello, you're dumb. Read this. Here, hello, you've been misinformed. I think that's better. I shouldn't say dumb. I say dumb too much, and really, I mean misinformed. Because, you know, I should have compassion for the con men and none for the conned. But also, I don't know. They're all little con men. They all think like this. This is like some inbuilt squirrely thinking about just fucking, dude, which ways can I insert my big my big mammoth fucking religion penis into any fucking social situation and just waggle it around a bit until God's little juices flow all through you. And you know, we'll just approach it in any way I can deem fit. What do you feel about tools? Do you like tools? You know, I like vibrators. French tickler, maybe?
Guide somebody in that, whether they should use them or not. How effective have you seen them in the past? Mm-hmm. What should we keep in mind if we're going to use some of those tools? Let's talk about.
That's a lot of meditation.
Some evangelistic tools here for a second.
I don't have a problem with tools, but I do think tools need to be revised and revisited.
Okay.
And so sometimes you look at the tools and they're really cheesy. And we don't want to come off with a sort of cheesy-anity. We got enough of that, Lord knows.
Right. Cheesy-anity. Cheesy-anity, I like it. That's some good shit. That's some cheesy-anity right there. I like it. I'm gonna nick it if I remember to. It's the problem with streams. You say shit like that and you go, wow, do you know what? I like it. Cheesy-anity. Because it's just this cheesy Christian bullshit. Do you know what? Yeah. It's totally what it is. Do you know what? Thanks, Christian. Thanks for giving me a nice little word. I like words. Words are fun. Because words control your thoughts, you see. Because most of us think in language. There's an amount of us that think in language. When you think in language, if you can control someone's language, well, then you control what they think. That's why they probe. That's why they don't want you to say words. Because they're just controlling your brain. That's why you got to say these words and you can't say these ones. Because words have meanings. So if you change those meanings and you have alternative words and alternative facts, well, then people could be living in two whole different universes. Say like, I don't know, like a WWE universe, where like wrestlers would pretend that they're in a different universe to everyone else, and the laws kind of don't apply to them, and different things happen. It's almost like Linda McMahon has worked with Donald Trump his entire, career that she's been around. They've been like intertwined. Because like Donald Trump was really instrumental in the start of WWE and letting them use Madison Square Garden, which he owned, and stuff like that, and turning up on their product and being in the Hall of Fame and, being in a main event WrestleMania match with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, maybe they learned from wrestling And everything they're doing is carny bullshit for fascism. Because Donald Trump is a chicken shit wrestling heel. 100 billion%. He's Ric Flair. He's every Ric Flair clone there has ever been. And there's been a lot of them. But that's what he is. You lie about everything. He's just a chicken shit heel. And it's all wrestling, carny, kayfabe bullshit to bring fascism in. Not enough people talk about the wrestling aspect of what's going on. And in wrestling, there's a thing called the double flip, right? So you get faces and you get heels, right? The faces are good guys because it's all carny bullshit. It's all carny. Because back in the day, you couldn't actually talk about, how fake it was because it was real, right? So they used carny slang to talk about it in front of people. So face means face of the company. Heel is because the hard fucking horrible bastards like a heel, right? Something like that. So what would happen is to make a really good face, you need to be a really good heel. All the best faces come from the worst heels, right? So you need to make wrestling fans really hate someone, and then you take them and then they antagonize. So like so back in the day, Stone Cold Steve Austin would antagonize Bret Hart, right? And he antagonized him so much that he made him racist against Americans. And then they had a double turn in a wrestling match. So then, like, Austin was bleeding profusely from the head, and he passed out and wouldn't submit to the best finisher that wrestling had ever seen, the Bret Hart sharpshooter. And Bret Hart was just not let stop the thing because he was racist and he didn't like Americans, right? So everybody started to hate Bret Hart and everybody started to love Stone Cold. And that's all that's happened with Trump. Is he's just had a heel. He was a heel, and he's fucking made everyone love him, right? Because of his heel tactics. Because humanity's fucked up, right? People like bad guys. People like bad people. They think they're cool. They think they're like, like there's some kind of mystique about them, right? There's something people in like because all these people have all these insecurities and all these walls up about different shit, and they like assholes because they just march in and go, you and you, fuck off, I'm getting what I want, and everybody goes, oh yes sir, or madam, or whatever, right? And people like go, do you know what? People look up to that guy. I wish I could be like that. I wish I had the bravery to do that, to be a dick, and then they aspire to be a dick. Because all the people that are at the top of everything are fucking assholes. And then they go, I'm going to aspire to be them. Because anyone who's actually like decent-hearted can't get anywhere. And you never hear about them because what's interesting about the good person did a good thing that they always do. Like, news isn't interesting if it's, the good things are always happening and nothing bad is going on. Today in the news, not much bad happened. Isn't good. It isn't good to be sold. It's always the things are coming in, the panic, because they need ratings. Because it's all about fucking money. That was a tangent and a half. God damn it. When it rains, it pours. It's always the same. It's always the same. I remember back in the day, my nan used to have like a weather stick thing, point up or down, and go, yeah, that's what the weather is. I think the rock one was best. If it's moving, it's windy. If it's wet, it's raining. If it's white, it's snowing. The weather rock.
So I think when it comes to a survey, for example, there was a season when I was doing campus ministry when I was younger. If I went out now, people would be like, what's this old man doing walking around on a college campus? But when I was younger, I created a survey that asked questions. And I found that was really helpful because it wasn't threatening. So before I created the survey, I just walk up cold turkey and ask people.
You, stranger, do my survey so I can judge you and then see how I can unjudge you accordingly.
people if I could chat with them. But once I created the survey, I could walk up and say, "Hey, Tim, how you doing? I'm out conducting a survey. I'm trying to get 100 of these done this week. And I just was wondering if you would participate. There's no, fear and how to answer. I'm not here to beat you up." And then I would come up with like 5 questions. Do you think that God exists?
Yeah, you know the rock I'm on about.
What do you think about the person of Jesus? Do you have a relationship with him? Do you think he can make a difference in people's life? If you don't believe, why not? Something like that, right? So you ask those questions, everybody.
Why is it if a Christian does something like that, it's okay? But if a Scientologist does it, it's weird and creepy. Bit weird, isn't it? Weird how the shoe isn't the same on both sides. When they're both fucking crazy lunatics that believe in imaginary men in the sky in one form or another. And both have vast histories of domination, semi-slavery to slavery to like pedophilia. They're almost like the same thing.
He likes to be a part of a survey. Yeah. Well, that's not true. Everybody doesn't like to be a part of a survey, but most people like to be a part of a survey. And what I found then is after they answer those questions, well, guess what? I can begin to engage because I just found out their worldview.
Right.
I know I told them that this survey wasn't threatening. And it was just a survey, and I just need to get 100 of these done by the end of the week. And I know I totally did it under false pretenses because I made the survey myself, to help me as a tool. So I made up the whole pretense of why you should do it. So the whole thing is a fucking lie, so I can gather information about your thought process so I can turn you to my cult. Cool. Why is it when Christians say stuff like that out loud, you're supposed to go, yeah, cool, yo. Like, I don't get it.
I found out their worldview in about 5 questions. So I think surveys do have a place. I think that we need to let people know that we're not there to beat them up. Some people get so passionate. They just ridicule people, and they really don't help our witness for the church. I think that tracts can serve a place. For example, if you're meeting somebody and you don't have a lot of time to chat, you could give them one. Joe Gibbs, the wonderful coach. He's one of the most well-known coaches of all time, Hall of Fame coach. He used to go to a church that I pastored. But for a long time, I kept bumping into him at Starbucks and different places. And every time I bump into him, he'd hand me a tract. And it was creative because it was his face on the front, and it was kind of his story, and he kind of led it to Jesus. And eventually I was like, Coach,
he just spent his own money on fucking, did all this shit just so every time he saw someone, even when it was at a church that he was pastoring at, this guy who saw me weekly didn't recognize me enough to realize that he was giving me the same tracks over and over again, maybe. Maybe he was giving him different ones. Maybe he was coming up with different ones. It's just weird. Making little cartoons of yourself and just like handing them out and going, this is what leads you to Jesus, baby. Come on over to Jesus' side now. Come on. I got a little cartoon book for you now. It'll bring you to Jesus, baby. You want to come to Jesus, don't you? A little cartoon is nice little drawing. We put time and effort in it, baby. Because we put time and effort in it, it means that it's more true. I wouldn't spend money. I wouldn't make such things if it wasn't going to work. You know what I'm saying? It means the world to me that you have these little cartoons. I make lots of them. Like, come on. Sort of. So we don't know specifically, but there's Aramaic that was possibly translated into Greek. We don't know because there is some mistranslations as well from spoken Aramaic into written Greek. So I'd have to remember better about that stuff to be able to answer that more properly. But I remember that being a thing. See, Dave is talking about Pukwudgie, and rain has come. That's all I'm saying. Go check out his Pugwadgy video on fucking Grassman Chronicles. Pugwadgy. All right, I need to carry on.
Stacking these up, bro. I didn't call him bro, but I said, I've got a lot of these tracks. Well, that became this big joke once he became part of the church and I was his pastor.
Yeah.
But I just want to say there is a place for this stuff. If you're going to make a track, though, make it presentable.
Yeah.
Make it look good.
Huh? Make it pizzazz. You give it the ooh. You know what I mean? You give it the zazz. You gotta make him flashy. You don't want to make him like Jack Chick. Nah. See, I think this is just more evidence of I'm not getting in the middle of this. There's magical creatures going around. There's puckwudgies. There's big feet. I'm not. I'm scared.
Use good language. You avoid Christianese. If you're going to use a survey, there's a
Christianese, cheesianity. I nearly forgot cheesianity though. I might not remember cheesianity. Cheesianity's good. Christianese. You don't want to be speaking Christianese. Yeah. What cheesianity and Christianese mean is we are a dull and boring people that have very lame and repetitive ways of doing things that we all think is super special and is going to work on everyone, and everyone thinks it's shit. That's what that says. It's just it's pithy. It's pithy. Do you know what? That's one thing you got to give the Christians. They're very low on facts. Very high end on pithiness. Do you know what? I like the pithiness. It's about it's about the cheese, just like the moon.
The place for that. When it comes to methodologies, there's lots of different methodologies, but we must remember that there's lots of different methodologies. Not one of them is something you're going to find in the Bible.
Yeah.
Jizzianity is something I think when I finally get around to doing my very depressing Catholic fuck kids videos, Jizzianity is certainly the sort of thing that would fit in there. It certainly would.
So I think different tools can help us in the same way with
May the Lord have mercy on our souls.
Apologetics. We talk about are you a presuppositionalist or a classical apologist,
right,
or an evidentialist,
yeah,
these different types, or a combinationalist.
Yeah.
I think that you can look at those and there's different approaches that can help you given where you are.
Yeah, that's excellent. So we're going to talk real quickly. You and I had
pity the cheese is and full of mold and piss. Reminds me of that thing. It was a Jane Silent Bob Strike Back. Tastes like piss and flies, doesn't it? Oh wait, moldy and full of piss. Whoa! We're not on about Surströmming, are we? Because that's moldy and full of piss, isn't it? Well, it's not moldy, but it's certainly full of piss. Although it's fish, not cheese. By the end of it, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Talked before about this event that we did where we had some guys over my house and we kind of just had a spiritual conversation. I love
one of the
that.
Things that we could say about that, sir. That is it. It's gotten to 420 in the stream. I've made a little rule, and it's a stupid rule, but I don't know. So I just have to. Take. Are we? No, I'm not. I'm not tired yet, sir. Not at all. I'm on a second video of those, to be honest. I was revitalized because one Brett Keane did turn up for a little bit. I don't know if you know who he is. I was revitalized. I felt special. I felt more special than when Braxton Hunter turned up. Whoa, I'm not. I've still. Whoa, I thought near the end of streams, I might go for another hour and a half. You don't know yet. I'm just stopping because it was 4:20 in the stream, you see. And there's a thing that always happens at 4:20 because people are stupid and lame and make stupid rituals around stupid things, like stupid numbers. So then you have to do stupid things like anytime it's 4:20 and it's appropriate. Well, then you have to have a wee smoke, don't you? I had a lighter before and now I don't know where the fuck it's gone. Oh, it's right there. You know, I have a preponderance of people that come in at different times for different reasons, and you know, I enjoy them all just the same. We're all brethren together in the Church of Attenborough, and we all come together to shake our fists at really stupid people like this. Oh, you can't see me, ha! You can't see me. I'm not doing anything. I know it's for a specific reason, but the specific reason is still like, it's still just an arbitrary number. Like, I'm just saying. My point being more that humans are habit forming and will habit form around literally anything. You know, law numbers, street names, cities, ancient deities from hilltops. No, he hasn't. But sadly, neither did talking to Braxton. I feel like they all might be right. I might be too set in my ways. I'm just not listening to the inherent wisdom. That's the
evangelizing. So, essentially we're looking for people that have connections, relationships with other folks. We're inviting them into a circle where it's kind of known that we're going to maybe have a spiritual conversation. We're going to get to know each other on a little bit of a deeper level. And I thought, the times that I've done that, they've been really fruitful because people aren't blindsided in that sense. They're not Jesus juked at all. They're saying, okay,
Jesus juked. Oh, that shit. So, step 1. Step 2. Step 3 is profit. That's all I'm saying. By the way, Bobby's the white-haired one. I mean, I'm not very good at that either, so I can't say anything. Yeah, Mr. Beverly's spoken to him before. To be honest, the first video I've covered before, a long time ago, back when I had a co-host. I was like a proper co-host in every show. He only lived around the corner. But yeah. What was I saying? But then I went, fuck it, I'll go back. And there was a thing before he said about, oh, I've done a series talking about mental health, and I'm like, well, that's an interesting thing that I might have to look into.
I know that I'm coming into this conversation. I know that we're probably going to talk about some, big metaphysical topics and topics about realities.
Oh, I didn't realize you were Gnostic as well. I say as well like I'm a Gnostic. I didn't realize you were a Gnostic, sir.
Talks about religion or whatnot. How do we need to think about maybe setting those up, or what place do they have in our evangelism tool belt, if you will?
I remember listening to Lee Strobel.
To be fair, I don't even know. Is anybody mad on? I don't know. Because I have some people's mods, but I don't know if they're and none of them on. I don't know. I'll just go on to my shit and I'll see. And then if not, I can obviously make someone one. Because I don't know who some of these people are. They just turn up. There's just people in the chat. So what's going on here? What's going on with this cheeky chappy? What's he doing? Oh yeah, Mr. Beverly is. That's fine. Sorry, I had to bring the video up on my YouTube. I was just checking. I was just having a wee gossy. Just having a wee gossy. Play the thing.
Give a good example of how we can begin discipling people. He said, if you live in a neighborhood, like we all want to turn right our strangerhoods into our neighborhoods, as I like to say, what can we do? Well, invite people over. I remember one time on a Thursday.
Like Amway. Why don't you invite people over and have like a little party? And you can make people like more inclined. You apply them with a little alcohol, maybe a little of this, a little of that. You put on some funky music, and you make them feel indebted a little bit.
Thursday night, or on a Thursday, I've passed out invitations for a coffee and dessert at our house on a Sunday night. I had 24 people from our neighborhood show up for coffee and dessert. I wish I would have done more of that. As a pastor, I got busy. But what Strobel suggested is this. What if you were to invite people from your neighborhood, and they come out and you just have coffee, dessert, you fellowship with them, and you just pull.
Yeah, you just have little coffee moments, and you make people feel indebted to you because oh sweet, I should probably look up some as well. Cool beans. What was I saying? Yeah, so you make them come round, and you just give them little favors, little coffees, little donuts, little this, little that, and you make them feel indebted because these people that just keep on doing it week after week for free. They just invite everyone round. Well, I suppose he's just trying to shout some bullshit at him. I guess we'll listen for 5 or 10 minutes. It's like that old timeshare bullshit where they like give you dinners and all this different shit. And but you just gotta listen. You just gotta listen to us buy timeshares. You just gotta do the thing. It's just the same shit. They're just explaining the same shit, putting it across in a different way, and they're like, it's okay because it's Christian, right? And it's always okay because it's Christian.
Pull them together, get people to introduce themselves, and then you could say something like, you know what, next week I'm going to start a discussion group. And I was just wondering if you would be interested in participating. And the way this is going to go is the title of it's going to be something like this. If you could ask God one question, what would it be? So he went around the room, and one person was like, well, why did, God allow my husband to die? Oh, this person wants to know about the problem of suffering and evil. The other person was like, I don't understand how God could let people that have never heard the gospel not spend eternity with him. Oh, you're wondering about the fate of those who've never heard. I'm struggling with the Bible, and is it reliable? And so basically,
so he doesn't give anyone for that one because there's a lot to say that he doesn't know anything about. Yeah, I've just seen it, dude. I'll have a look after this video. After this, yeah.
After you hear their questions, and you say, "Great, well, next week we'll start with your question, Tim." And so they have some buy-in because their question's going to get answered. And
we can start a little debate club where I ply you with coffee and cookies and maybe some other things, and eventually, I'll show that I'm better at arguing than the rest of you, and you should all be on my side. Well, yeah. I mean, doesn't everyone to a limited extent, especially when you're shouting things out into the internet? It's like, these people are fucking stupid. That's kind of the point, isn't it? But yeah, I get what you mean.
It's organic, and I think that that's a great way for us just to connect with people and start discipling our neighbors.
That's excellent. I want to end with kind of what has been, at least the last maybe 15 or 20 years, the primary way that people evangelize is they invite them to church on the weekend. How should we think about a mere invitation to attend a weekend service?
Yeah, what? I try. In a bizzles, yo. I mean, I don't think I never think, anytime I look at a Christian narcissist, I never think it's covert. I think it's always very open because that's It's some of that Christianese that I'm talking about, that cheesianity. You know what I mean? It's the same shit. They think that they're better than you in some way, so they think that they're talking down to you. It's like that South Park episode of people are sniffing their own farts because they're from San Francisco. It's the same shit with these sort of people, right? They think they've found the secret answer to the universe, and you haven't, right? And since you haven't, then, and I thought Beverly would deal with him, to be honest. Hopefully that works. Well, that's fair enough. There's only 3 minutes left in this video, so I've not got very long left in it either. It depends on my tangents.
In our evangelistic tool belt.
I do think it's important that we continue to invite people to church. But I don't think that inviting people to church gets us off the evangelistic hook.
Right,
I think we still have a responsibility to be working with people. The reason we invite people to church is because we want them to have a church, a community, a place where they can serve, a place where they can have fellowship, a place where they can hear the gospel and be discipled.
But in that last video, they were ridiculing us silly atheists because there's some of us that think that they should have some kind of like atheistic church where they can go and like have some kind of feeling of community once a week, like Christians and like other believers do on like a Saturday or a Friday or whatever it may be, depending on your religion. You know what I mean? Maybe they'd like that sort of thing. So they started doing that themselves. They were ridiculing that before. Do you know what I mean?
And go out and be missional. But we still have to equip the church to do the work of ministry. That's the Ephesians 4 model, and that's the call of pastors, to equip the saints for the work of ministry.
Yeah.
So I do think when we put an emphasis on inviting people to church, that's a good thing. And I think we need to do even more of that. But I think we have to even put a greater emphasis on helping our people in our congregations to recognize their role in the Great Commission and helping them to be aware when they're in conversations, to have a heightened awareness of how can I turn this conversation into a spiritual conversation? How can I be open to opportunities? I'm not sure many Christians are waking up and...
No, you just got to find better ways to get in and bother people. That's all it is. It's just always better ways. Oh, I want, no. Oh, wait, I'm not dealing with you. Do you know what? How about... how about that? There you go. And you can help take care of people. I can't be bothered. Oh, he was having fun while he was annoying me.
They're thinking about opportunities to share Jesus. I think that when we think about it, it scares us. And I think that part of the job of the church is to help remove those fears by saying, make it natural.
Yeah.
Ask questions. This doesn't mean...
Make it natural, bro. It's just a sales pitch. Make it natural, bro. Come on, bro.
You have to be weird. Nevertheless, we can't promise that when we do share the gospel, that it's always going to be received well. We really probably can promise that it's going to get mixed reviews. Yeah. And Jesus did warn us of that. But I do think that even though people might not like what we had to say, I think it's possible with some tact that they can still end up liking us.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much for giving us a framework for how to think about entering into evangelistic conversations, Bobby, and how it ties to apologetics and maybe some of these different environments, these different tools that we can use to continue.
We've done a very good job of saying very little, but saying, come on, just find better and more natural ways of invading other people's lives because they don't think like me. And these people don't deserve to be left alone until they think like me. and then they deserve to be watched by everyone who thinks like me, to make sure that they continue to think like me. Isn't it fun? Like, I don't understand why we're not supposed to be scared by this shit.
Continue the evangelistic conversation. For those of us that are checking out this episode on the radio, we would invite you to head on over to our YouTube channel, youtube.com.
I can invite you to lick my balls. It's so dry. So very, very dry. Well, it's been very fun. Oh, it's 1:38 in the morning. Is there anything I should say? Do, like, subscribe. It's near the end. What should I do to dance? It's my final moments as being an online monkey. What should I do to dance? Brett Keane said I was but an ape, and I am but an ape. So tell me what to do, and I will dance. I will dance like an artist. Well, anyway, I shall be back here tomorrow. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. I know who I could have. I didn't see his message. I didn't think of it. Of course I should. Before I go, I should put this back on. And then, see, I'm in the past. Let's go. Bam. Bam. Word. See, I should have done that before, but I couldn't see his thing. So I'll be back tomorrow with I'll be back tomorrow with Jimmy Tux. They start with J. We'll be back tomorrow with Jimmy Tux. We'll be on chapter 3. Chapter 3 of his core facts for believing in Christianity. We're on to the R. Wow. Whoa, we're on to the R. What do you think the R stands for? I don't know. I've been doing this too long. My brain's starting to turn to mush. What could it even be? I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. We will find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I meant to say Jimmy Tux. I mean, you can come on fucking another show if you want. There's bottom of the barrel always needs people on it. Do you know what I mean? If there's any bits of the Bible you want to make fun of, let me know. There's other Mondays. I keep on forgetting to put the fucking add people in link, because to be honest, Monday shows people should be able to come in, but then I see people like Brett Keane come in and I go, not today. I chose today. Today is a good day to not have put it on because Brett Keane turned up. I don't want Brett Keane coming on the fucking thing. It happened when I chased fairies. I have chased many fairies in a circle around, say, a singular mushroom. Chased them many a times. I drank that like that was anything other than a bit of fruit juice. So tomorrow I'll be on with Jimmy Tux. Actually, I'm just going to bring out my Braxton Hunter video. I just can't be asked animating it. It takes so long and it's so tedious. And I want to get back to filming because my back's feeling better. So I'm just gonna. I've animated like half of it, so I'm just gonna put in a picture for the last bit, and fucking that'll be them all them questions done, and then I only have to deal Braxton Hunter on a Tuesday, and then eventually that'll be done, and then I'll find another book to move on to. Because I'm to be honest, I'm quite enjoying going through a book. So yeah. And then I'm going to try and get some people to watch another shitty Christian movie this Sunday. I might watch it on my own, but I think Joe wants to do it, so I'm going to be questioning Joe because watching some of these shitty films has been fun. To be honest, Bible Bees is a punishing one. I want to watch better ones. I mean, yeah, I need to get my animation shorthands in order. See, the problem is I don't have like anything like that. There's like I don't have an animation. I'm not doing it on an animation program. I'm doing it on a video editor. I'm just using single stills and just adding them and making the lengths different. I don't have any actual animations or anything. It doesn't do that. At least not in a very uncomplicated way. And there is animation studios I've used that do it much easier, but I'm not. Like I used to help an old friend of mine make stuff for YouTube on was it Anime Studio Pro? I had like a bone system and all this shit. I just can't be asked. I was only doing it because my back was hurting. My back is not hurting as much, and I should do stuff again. And I'm going to be clearing out my corner so I can film over there again, and then I can get back to more regular videos because videos editing is so much fucking easier to do. Oh no! I have created all my stills outside the programs, and I've got them all down to the same size. It's fucking. I have done this. I didn't think that's what you meant. I thought you meant like here's just a bunch of like orders of animations instead of like actual stills. No, I have all my pictures set out. It's just I can't be asked to doing it. It's like just doing like a minute. It takes so long. I'm doing like 2-3 seconds of things. I just can't be asked. My brain doesn't want to do things that slowly. I'm going to go back to, live action because that's what I want to do. So, no. So yeah, I shall see all of you hopefully tomorrow. And,